That old feel. That timeless. You know what it is. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. No gimmicks. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Drifting. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. That's that vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Slow wine, no limit, yeah. No limit. Whole vibe authentic, yeah. You don't find this every minute, yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walk in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there. Take your time, yeah. Don't rush, yeah. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back. Way before the fast life, when it meant something, yeah. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. That timeless, yeah. You don't rush that. You let it ride. Vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft. Take your time. Don't rush that. Oh, so like that. Smooth.
Can y'all hear me? Hey, sugars. Hey, y'all. Whew, I'm kind of a little tired, you guys. I've been online. Being online is can take some energy out of you. I guess depending on what you're talking about. Um, so yeah. So I had a show scheduled today, and I'm just trying to be a lot better at being like on time and being there for the shows when the shows are supposed to be starting. So I think that's why. And then this is probably going to be, I don't know where this, I don't ever have any crazy wild conversations, but sometimes, it's possible. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes, sugar drops. Okay, so, when I heard about this loneliness epidemic, I was just like, this like, they're just putting a tag on something that that probably was already existing. But as I've gotten older, I had some thoughts, you guys. You know me and my thoughts. I've been thinking. I've been thinking. So I want to get into a little bit. I have a couple videos. You know me and my videos. I do have some funny stuff, but I don't know if I wanted to do an entire reaction segment. I want to get into like the actual idea of being alone versus being lonely because for a lot of people it means something different, right? It means something altogether different in altogether being lonely too, right? People have been lonely. Have you ever been in that position? Have you ever been one of those people who's been lonely in a room full of people. You just like, I'm just not, no one sees me or hears me, right? And then there has been times when you're just by yourself, right? So I wanted to get into it. I got a little segment I want to do, and I have a couple videos. I'm only going to be on here a couple hours, so I'm trying to build my watch hours. So I was also streaming live over there with Trip. So you can watch over there, or you can watch me over here. I'm going to be doing both right now. So I want to get into this, and we'll go ahead and let the intro sing, and we'll get back. I'll be back right with y'all.
Are you ready? I heard a heart. Are you ready for the show to start? Welcome to Genesis After Dark. Recommend and stay till the end. Let's turn up and have some fun. I'm Genesis and it's After Dark. Can we talk about what's been on my heart and my mind? While we build this one brick at a time. While I'm sitting at the wall, I get to think, you know, this world can be a crazy place, and when there's nowhere to go, our health is right in our face. Can we talk about it? Can we chat about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And blah, blah, love. Let's live it like, let's live it and finding the one. Let's do it. We are gonna pray the enemies away. If it's day, can I stay? No weapon and will never come our way. We can be in a talking point. We don't even have the curse to make a point. Break down your questionable thoughts and feelings. Listen to each other truly. I can't do this solo. I know I'm not alone. I got all of y'all and that means you.
So support, you know what to do. Hit the cash app, Genesis I am, 702. Put your thumbs up, and like if you do, drop your thumbs down. I won't be mad at you. Come in peace and let's chop it up.
Hit my panel with intellect and respect. Drop wisdom and knowledge we will never forget.
So please, come, please, I wanna hear from you. And subscribe, like and subscribe, cause I'm a whole vibe.
So are you.
So hey, sugar, so may come in and subscribe. You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. Whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe.
Hey, sugar. I had to. Did I came up? Did y'all see me? Mm-hmm. Y'all hear me? Let me see. I can't see. I actually didn't give myself time to go and use the ladies' room. Oh, you can see me. Okay. Well, now you guys can see my avatar, which, let me do this real quick. So that way I can do this one more time for me.
Yeah. I don't feel that timeless. You know what it is. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. No gimmicks. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Drifting. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. It's that vintage, yeah. Slow wine, no limit, no limit. Whole vibe authentic. You don't find this every minute. Yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walked in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back. Way before the fast life. When it meant something, yeah. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. That timeless, yeah. You don't rush that. You let it ride. Vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft. Don't rush that. Oh, so like that. Smooth.
Okay. Hey, sugars. Thank y'all for letting me. Cause I thought I had a little more time to go to the party and and make it back. So, and I did not. I underestimated that. Plus, when you get older, I think sometimes you just need a quick little second to sit there. Sit there for a second, and then you can finish and get up and do what you're gonna do, right? So I am getting ready to turn my camera on in just a second. So yeah, don't forget that we are simulcasting as well over on the Drip Nation side. Shout out to them and the Drip Nation crew. Let me put a little bit music in the background. I like that lo-fi actually. Yeah, I like this one. I'll change it. Okay, so yeah. So I wanted to get into some of this part of the conversation too, where folks like, I was told I'm going to end up alone, right? Alone. And with me and just my dog. That's what's gonna happen to me, right? I'm gonna end up alone. It's not gonna be anyone else there. No one's gonna be around to love me. I'm just gonna be left alone in the alone, wherever that is. Right? And then if you were a victim of Mr. Kitten Hills himself, then a lot of women were told they just gonna end up alone, they're gonna be alone, and there's nothing they're gonna be able to do about it because that's just what's gonna happen to you. And then sometimes they would even try to go as far as saying you're gonna be lonely and alone. Now I thought that part was interesting because why are you adding that I'm going to be lonely and alone? Me being alone is fine. You've been alone most of your life, right? You've been by yourself most of your life. And this is just triggered for me. This is just triggered for me because when I'm doing stuff, I'm alone most of the time. Even when I've been in a relationship, right? So that's why I started off by asking if you have ever been with somebody or with people, but still yet felt alone, right? Which is big difference. And then what does that mean for the lonely, right? There's so many. Went back looking for this video, but there's so many videos, so much footage about people that are just lonely and what they're doing to fight this loneliness. And it's not even all female loneliness. They want us to keep thinking about that. They want us to focus on, ooh, female loneliness. Oh, I'm going to be so by myself and I'm just going to be, I don't know what to do with myself, right? I don't know if I like this color, but I'm going to be by myself. I'm going to be so sad. I'm going to be wishing. Now, you do wish. You do wish. You do want. You do hope. You do, believe. Because you believe. That's how we got here. See, they want to talk about the loneliness, but they don't want to talk about how you got here, because a lot of women are still believing. I know I believe. Every now and then, I do have a dream or you have a small, what do you call it, like a little blurb of a vision when you see people together and you're like, oh, and then then you wonder, like, is that supposed to be my life too? Or because then all those people who are lonely, there's a lot of women that are lonely because there's a myriad of reasons, and there's a lot of women that are lonely because they are by themselves and they were never meant to be by themselves. Like, I believe they probably were created to be a spouse. But if you're waiting on these ninjas who think they have to get their lives together and who think they have to do so much just to be with someone, they never end up getting there, and then they never end up getting with someone. And then that woman ends up settling and taking whatever she can get because she wants to be with someone. It's a cycle, you guys. But there's another cycle that happens too that creates this loneliness, because it's just not only an epidemic with just women. I like how they want to make you think that. They want to make you think that it's just only with women, and a black woman at that, But the thing is, there's a lot of people who are choosing to be alone. And if you guys saw the video I did before, part of what I did, one of the videos I did before, we talked about the living apart but still together. So see, when they talk about this, they don't like to bring that in there either, that there's a lot of people that are living alone and are absolutely in a relationship and want to be in a relationship, have a full out relationship, but they live in Nebraska and the other one lives in Oklahoma. And they together. And then some of them, like, remember the couple that I brought up on the video? The couple that they live within a mile of each other. So they have to just meet someone in the same city, right? And they live in the same city or just on the other side of town. And you guys just agree not to move your life and keep your life where it is. Keep your kids going to whatever school they're going to. You live within walking distance of your grandkids. They can come over after school, come to grandma's house or come to auntie's house. Like, what's wrong with that, right? So people are not just by themselves and just like suffering alone, because there are people getting together. And then there are the other people, right, that have never even got with anybody. So tonight, or let's say this evening, we're going to look at a couple of videos. And one of the ones is about, I want to get to the point where the 36-year-old woman says that she's never, like, there's people who haven't had a boyfriend or haven't had a date since COVID. Not to say they haven't been out and been going out with people, because there's a fine line between some of what this loneliness is, and it's not necessarily just being without interaction with people. That's a different loneliness, and there are people out there like that. There are people out there. I think I have a video about just people that are just like not really interacting with people. They kind of live a solidarity life. They live a life of solitude. They live either off the grid Some of them live so far out, all they do is go to work. They go, home, and they do their one little routine through every day, and they don't really explore and meet people. So I want to get at least that far in my video footage of the people who are, they're living a life of solitude because they think it was better, but it's creating loneliness. And then there's the loneliness that people just have because they don't have someone significant, or there's someone that they're interested in their life, right? There's a big difference between that. There's the people who are, I don't think I'm ever going to be anyone's wife or anyone's husband. So they choose to live a single life, or they choose to live a life of solitude. They want to be by themselves. Some folks have been single for so long. I saw that that meme the other day, is that some people have been single for so long that they don't know how to be with someone, right? So I walked away from the computer for just a second, and I don't know if I have any comments, but I will read them. I'll see what's there. It could be nothing. I'll see when I get back over by the computer. So because I want to get into this video that talks about that, right? I saw the meme the other day, and I was like, wow, that's crazy that there are people out here who can't even get into the dating world because they've been single for so long. It's creating a loneliness cycle, right? A loneliness, like, what do you call it? Hamster wheel, right? It creates this little hamster wheel of loneliness. And then there are people who, they're almost like on an incel level. They can't seem to find anyone, because we can't ignore folks that have these outlandish standards too, right? They have these outlandish standards. They don't know why they can't find anyone that makes six figures and has a six pack. Okay, you're not a part of the crew. We're gonna kick you out. We're not gonna let you be at the lunch table with us, okay? Because you want something that's ridiculous. We're talking about the regular folks who want regular people, who want to find regular love, but they can't seem to get there because there's this cycle, right? That says, you gotta wait on the men. The men say, I can't find a good woman. The women say, these men ain't ish. And the men say, dang, you can't never find nobody. You can't never like nobody. Then you gotta spend money on them. Oh, don't get me started on the spending the money, because now everybody's broke, right? Now things cost so much. The economy is crazy. And it's even still, you want to go on a date. The men don't know how to date. And then the women don't know what to do. They don't know how to present themselves to be dated, which is crazy because there are women out there that are presenting themselves to be dated, but the men can't see it because their standards are crazy. I know this song's all over the place, but we're going to get into it in just a second. As soon as I come back over to the computer and press the button. And y'all know, y'all know me, I don't know why I gotta smell good just to sit in front of the computer and talk to y'all, but I do. Kill me. I mean, not kill me, but sue me, right? So sue me. All right, so that was enough of me talking about this crazy cycle of going back and forth and round on the dating part and in the single part, and then now we back to the loneliness part, right? So COVID did do a number on us, but also after the fact, people can get back into doing what they need to do, right? And get out there. So yes, I had to get a little presentable. So here we go for this. I hope y'all can hear me. So women, men, it's hitting everybody, right? Everybody has a level of loneliness, and something's happening where they're ending up by themselves. For the men, we call them incels, right? For the women, we call them women cells. They call them femcells. And those are not just the women who are choosing to be single, but the women who kind of who also have no choice. What is it? It's just loneliness versus being alone. Are you by yourself because you want to, and you so much by yourself that you end up now it's hard to get back into the world and society. Is it scary? Right? Um, it's across the world. I'm gonna get into this video real quick, and you're gonna see that it's across the world. It's not just us. It's not just here. It's not, you know. And there's a few reasons. It's social. It's a system, and now it's social and then parasocial. Right? It's all these other relationships because men are not even going out here getting actual women. They're being in a relationship with dolls, and they're in relationships with AIs and people who aren't even real. It's deep, right? We can get into it. All right, let's watch this little video for a second, because this one I thought was very. All of my stuff is interesting to me. I really don't care what you think. Okay, so let me see. La 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 la. No. What the hell? Oh, no wonder. Oh, this one? Oh, puppy. All right, we hear puppies. Okay. You hear me? There we go. Are you fussing? Okay. Tell me how you really feel. All right, good job. Okay, let me get back into it. This is I need to get you some stairs because that's crazy. Do we not see a video? Let me see. Cause I don't know I gotta learn how to do this. Do y'all see it? No, you don't see it? Oh, do I need to do this first? Okay, let me do this one first. And then is that, oh, you can't see it because it's not a full thing. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I was like, wait, why can't you see it? That is tripping me out. So therefore, okay, there we go. All right, so there is such a thing. It's so crazy that, I'm gonna turn my music down too. They're so crazy that there is such a thing even in Japan that is an epidemic of single men to the degree that it's called something, right? And then on top of that, get out the bathroom. Then on top of that, it's an epidemic on the rise over there. But check this little fun video out. We're gonna watch this, and it's about 30 minutes. So we're gonna check this out. Interesting, right? Fair use and fair use and fair use.
So this is a chew on head video, and it is titled "The Male Loneliness Epidemic." I've been seeing like a lot of people asking me to start reacting to more of.
Okay, that's right, folks. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be.
Wow, right? I forgot about that guy who, well, see, if the women are most enrolled and the women are coming out having better careers, and why are you breaking your legs to be taller? But I remember, and I forgot about that guy. Shout out to Cynical One here, my only person watching besides myself. But yeah, they're out of control. They're not okay. But she's funny. Check this out.
A few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out,
Wait, that's like a thing. the Batman
This was by and for men let them down.
Hold on. There is a AI voice of Batman that tells you men that you guys are going to be okay and that you guys are okay. Okay.
Be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Really anything else.
The man question.
The man question. Oh, I forgot about this. Ooh,
Girl, you gotta be drinking some
shameless
gamer
slugging
subs
monster drink.
in here. You know, no sugar and like.
I'm different. Before we get into this, let's
Actually, technically,
and what should we do about it?
a few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children.
Men are the most single now than they've ever been before. And now 45% of women are expected to be single and childless by 2050.
percent of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she economy is booming, as they say.
She con.
Have you heard of a she economy? Has anyone besides heard of a she economy? I've never heard of a she economy. Apparently it's booming. There's a she economy that's booming. Interesting.
Wait, what? Huh?
And meanwhile, men being single.
Men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
What? Some of the music that they listen to is very what? And we've told you this, right? We've said this. She said it right there. Some of the music they listen to is derogatory, which makes you feel a certain kind of way about women to begin with. So then you don't end up wanting to date us, right? Why does that sound like that's accurate-ish?
And stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know. I think men and women being single and lonely society, perhaps we should address this. According to
that is kind of interesting. For women, it's like, oh, it's empowering, but for men, it's like
I think the different colors. That's crazy work.
I think the main
it is.
It's just it's an off feeling.
Several different articles. I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense and a shift towards white-collar jobs and urbanization. Japan also has an issue.
Okay, so what did she say it was? Because the reason why people are becoming more and more alone or more and more lonely is because, let's run it back.
With loneliness. Development increase.
Socioeconomic development, right?
Education, a shift towards white-collar.
Education and a shift towards white-collar jobs.
Jobs and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement. Hikikomori.
Hikikomori is a very of everything that's happening, and like even worse, like the NEET problem that's happening too in Japan. Like, I mean, it's really it's such an uncomfortable thing to talk about, but yeah, it's a big issue.
Did I say that right?
So, like I was saying earlier, that's interesting, right? That that the loneliness is such to a degree that it's a called something. It's been titled in Japan that hikikomori, that states that there's so many people alone that it's now got its own title, I guess.
Hermits, mostly young men who completely withdraw from society, including themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. It's estimated to about 1.5
in Japan now, because I reacted to that with like my friend. I recommend you guys go check out that video. But like, yeah, they have like 75 square feet apartments that just single men just like stay at. And there was one more definitely, and it was completely trashed, broken. It was just bad. That's a lot of lonely people.
Because of things like this, people aren't.
That's crazy. So because there's such a loneliness epidemic in Japan with the men, that they built apartments that are only, what she said, 75 square feet. So they're only so big enough to you to be in by yourself, right? Which in turn creates a cycle again of you just being by yourself. And now you're by yourself so long that now it's hard to be by yourself, right? To not be by yourself. Yeah.
So Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011.
Kids, like.
So remember, that was the BBB movement. Remember, we did a video back then about the women just not wanting to get married, not wanting to have children, not wanting to be any of that. They don't want any of that, right? I don't know what the B was. I don't remember now. But remember, that was what we were talking about way back when, about that BBB. Is that what it's called? The BBB movement? All right, overseas or in Asia. But isn't that trippy to even think that could you live in a 75-foot square apartment right now? Like, could anybody live in a 75-foot square space? That's tinier than a tiny home, right? That's tinier than it's like a room. That's a cell, right? A cell. Because even with like the super single efficiency, extended stay, it's just one big super room with a whole bathroom. Because if that's the case, your whole bathroom is in the same room with you. You're almost as if you're in a cell-like environment. And then the fact that Japan already has an issue with so many single people and so many single men, that they have built apartment structures with a super single apartments to only service one single person. Literally 2 adults will be cramped inside of that apartment. So they're even building into that infrastructure, into that concept of people are just going to be by themselves and be alone. And they're choosing not to be married, which probably, again, like she just said, it makes it hard to want to be married when, but then I showed a video a while back, right? The black girl who was like, why don't they just start building apartments for single people? They have senior apartment structures. They have places that are kid friendly and pet friendly, right? They build a playground, they build a dog park. So why not just build apartments to where everything is geared around people that are just single? There's no kids that live there. You may have a dog park there because if you have your dog. But some people are campaigning for that. They don't want an apartment building where there's family oriented. They want it all to be single people. I think that's a good idea. A little bit of a good idea. All right, let's go.
Like, I'm wondering if she's going to talk about this, but like a lot of the women in Japan just want to work, and like they just don't want to be like tied down and have their like dreams ruined and stuff by having kids. It's a very fascinating like concept of like why that's happening.
Gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live action women staring staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society. If you want America's future. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. IP to the king. Although technology is easier, it can also make us more atomized. Buy the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone and have it shipped to me in a day. Hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter
and you guys, and they seem to not want to consider this and think about all these elements that are preventing the person from being social, right? And all that. Look what she just said. They don't consider that. They're like, oh, Black women, women out here are being lonely. Men are out here being lonely. Men are out here suffering. And they're succumbing to this whole technology phase, right? They're succumbing to, why go to the mall when I could just roll through the stores and buy what I want and it comes to my front door, right? Why have a social circle? Why go to the bar, go to the restaurant? Why go out to the events if I could just click online and swipe left, swipe right, and make a friend?
and streamers. Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, big boob and get 2 million results?
Wow, right? I thought about that too. Why meet women when I can just order one or pay to look at one when what I want to do is look at one, which makes it so much harder and so much weirder when we actually meet in person and we go out into the world and you have to actually speak and talk to this person. And then that's trickling down to that. All that is a problem. So why do that when I could just be alone? I could just be by myself and I don't have to worry about you and all your weird idiosyncrasies and your lack of social interactions. And now you've been alone so long that now you can't even talk to me and interact with me in the same house. It's so weird. Your anger is all displaced. You don't know what to do with yourself. All that is not my problem if I'm by myself. So I understand so far.
My high school crush's holes on fans for only $5.
I mean,
yeah, that part too. I mean, you can go find the girl or guy who you've had crushed on for the last 20 years and say, hey, and now you can look at them and see them, especially if they're out there on OnlyFans.
that is it's true, I guess.
Instant dopamine. Hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend? We're so fucked. Dating.
That's true too, because remember, I think I was showing that on the My Crazy Addictions part, one of my shows. They just flagged me for showing it and not for showing the audio, right? So I think I had to take the audio down and then blur out that part of the video. But that was one of the things too, where the guy had a whole AI relationship and he was in loss of reality. He couldn't tell what was going on. And then he had to tell his friend or somebody. It was crazy.
Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are. I mean, now we are picky who carry the babies, at least for now. On dating apps, you have to admit.
Okay. We're going to not act like we didn't see that.
It's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious. What do they do? Oh, wow. That's oh boy, that's insane.
Hold on. Let's look at it. I have to see it. Hold on. I got to blow it up and make it bigger. So, what was it? How men rate women? On stupid.com. How women rate men. So least attractive to most attractive. Men rate women. Okay, so men, and then women rate men. The least attractive. The most attractive is 0%. So no one is the most attractive for the women rating the men. Okay.
It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship. Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who report
Wow, that's even crazy because remember that video that's been floating around? I think it's on YouTube or it might be a TikTok now, but it's floating around about the guy who was crying and he was like, yo, to find friends like you guys is I've been looking for some good people and some good friends. So I think I don't know, but that was an impactful moment to think that men don't have really good friendship relationships with their homeboys. Not like they want us to believe, right? Not like they want us to believe. They want us to believe they live for their homies and they die for their homies. But in real life, you actually don't have a lot of friends or can't make a lot of friends.
having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s.
That's so
1 in
sad.
5 men
It is.
say they have no close friendships.
Oh
I can
wow,
go
that's
hard.
sad.
I
Oh,
can go harder.
where's the
Or I
volume?
can get dirty.
That was crazy word.
It happened right behind me. A careless driver
Don't call Sam.
It's like really, really loneliness can do a lot of things to you. Sad, like how hard it is to like make friends.
Looking at these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing. Because it's so different. I believe that every man is born without
Oh,
any
wow.
value at all. I think that the world's
Hey,
never going to think you're
chocolate. Hey,
important unless
sugar.
you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out
Wow, that's what he was telling his people. Hold
About
on,
how
let me
young
run that back.
It's so different. I believe that every man is born without any value. I think the world's never going to think you're important
Wow,
unless
he
you
would
make yourself
believe
important.
in telling him, and there were men who believed him. So he was one of those, hey, puppy, one of those polarizing figures. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I had to mute while I make sure I let my puppy know to get down, get down. Y'all, he wanted to yell out the window for no reason. I don't know what this graph says. Let me see what this. Oh, wait. Okay. So political identities of 12th grade boys, the percentage of identifying as a liberal or conservative. Okay. Let's see what this has to do with this. Success. What are you saying, Heidi? 0227. Well, you said women ain't good today. Okay. Not today, though maybe they're good tomorrow. Try them again. Success, friends, money, friends. Okay. All right.
a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdom, leftist, whatever you call the space online, forms the same song dance. What's wrong with men? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men. And the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago, during monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues. And the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at their own faces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by generation, and addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with. People like Jordan.
That's the second time, or now that's either the second or third time since we've been watching this where they've said this group of men have been the loneliest than ever before. That's interesting too. And what are we doing to fight back at that? Who's that's assuming that your loneliness is my problem. Because my loneliness is not your problem. But hey, I don't know. And I'm not into the politics too much to understand exactly where, the laws or the left or the right falls into what that has to do with them being lonely. Um, but hey, they're gonna explain it, right?
What?
Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think.
Us, you guys, I have never heard of this person before.
To understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to prove and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
Responses to these tweets were very level-headed and me when I lie.
Shout out to she's a streamer, yes. Shout out to me and my Cash App information that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen there. So it is lagging a little, and I stopped it. That's why I stopped it so it can catch up. And yeah, it's gonna lag a little because I got a bunch of stuff open. But shout out to you. If you were wondering how you wanted to support the show, you can easily support the show. You can support if you love me. You can support to keep the Nissan running. And you could do like people have done when my phone blinks and I got me some money. So I'm gonna take myself down and I'm gonna say shout out to the person who sent me a tank of gas, a gallon of gas. Sent me a gallon of. Oh wait, let me move myself over. My bad. Took myself down, and I didn't even take my little self off the screen. What was I doing, y'all? Okay, let me put me over here. There you go. I was like, where I'm at, y'all. Y'all can't see me. Okay, so yeah, thank you again for the Cash App and for supporting the show. In case anybody wanted to know, there I am at Genesis. I am 0702 with that $sign in front of it, and that's my Cash App. And thank you to those who support me and for the one little tank of gas. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the money. Thank you for the guap. Thank you for the cheddar, cash, coin, and dough. Every penny goes so far. I can never say enough kind words. Thank you from my heart to yours. Thank you for the coin, cash, guap, fetty, cheddar, dough, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Like, comment, share, subscribe.
All right, let's get back to it. Yo, okay, let me see what they're talking about.
LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow.
Wait, was that his son?
Men having problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be.
Wait.
A new era of American shipbuilding.
There's another commercial, y'all. Let me get to it. There you go. Oh, another one. There we go.
What the hell is a fifi?
They're in their feelings, child. They feelings, okay? What you say? Ain't no real friends in today's society. Most MFers be around just to study you so they can tear you down. That's a sad existence to feel that way. Um, oh, you can simulcast if you gotta hit the, you know how to do it, chocolate. If you want to hit the link and and simulcast, I believe you can. I'm also simulcasting over there on Drip's channel too. So, you know, um, yeah. So the fifis are your feelings. So these are people, women responsible responding back to these men having this loneliness problem that we're saying we have, right? Remember, I was looking at the who, what, when, and why because they like to take all this information and turn it around and be like, oh, you women don't. Okay.
Punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the up and to win these entitled litters over. The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all being alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our men. It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope as hell. Nah, it's just being louder than before, not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers. 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence.
That is the most like unhinged response, but also most response.
That is very unhinged, and that is very crazy that at least they say that. I mean, you think about that in regards to with them in the capacity of sports, right? We're not saying get rid of them in regards to that, but that's crazy. I don't want to get rid of them. But I understand the threat because they are men and they are stronger by default. We've seen it, happen a few times, right? In these sports games where that has been a transgender man and he went up against a woman, and by default of him being bigger and stronger, he knocks that woman out. And she's supposed to be, if it's a boxing match or if they're, in competition, they're supposed to be getting some sort of bruised up. You're going to get, a little something, but you shouldn't be getting beat up to the capacity, to the point where you're getting look like you're beat up, by a man. So I understand because it shows up. And then we see it happen in relationships. The Shaquella Robinson, isn't that what her name was? Shaquella Robinson, where that was a transgender man, right? That beat her up. So what are you saying over here? You're just talking to be talking, right? Most female friends are phony with each other. Y'all be backbiting all of the time. If you think that, that's okay, because nothing is really all of anything, right? So you can't be doing anything all of the time. Now, what you might see is what you see, and unfortunately, that's so sad for you because you come from a female. Um, and then other females, because females is covering everything that's not male in life, right? So I don't know how female plants backbite each other. I don't know how female dogs backbite each other. I don't know how female baboons backbite each other. But when you said female friends are phony with each other, I don't know how female dogs are friends. I don't know how female flowers are friends, female bees. I don't know how any other female falls into that category. If they're phony with each other or not, I don't know, because I don't know what other female species does. But as for women, women are phony with each other or girls are phony with each other. You know, backbiting, I don't know about what other female species does in regards to backbiting and being phony with each other, because we don't know. We don't know what flowers are doing. We don't know what dogs are saying to each other. We don't know what female cows are doing. I hope you get the understanding that when you say female, that could literally be anything with a vagina or with estrogen or that's not male. So I don't know about how you experience females. You might be into stuff like that. I don't know. I'm into men and women. So in the world of men and women who I've been friends with are not always phony, and they haven't backbited anything. I have a male dog. I don't know what he does with his other dog males. He's not a man, because there's no way I'm going to call my male dog a man. So yeah, That kind of irritates me sometimes when people say that, But girls are phony. Women can be fickle. But females in general, I don't know all the female things in the world and how they react to each other, right? Because female in the world again means anything that's not male. The weed I smoke is female because it's the female part of the plant that gives you the bud. But there you go, female. There you go. These males out here.
By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who are like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah, 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 back in the day.
Penises are not evil, for the record.
Well, this is...
Introducing Max Lemon.
Oh, wow. Mike's
Characters.
Hard Lemonade is doing their business tonight. And they don't even give me a volume button on this right here.
Unmatched flavor.
We in here. Where are the hardest arenas to play?
There we go.
Should have just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight.
What is going on?
Got a weird balding pattern and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist because I recognize most.
He said, I'm white, socially awkward, and autistic in his 40s. Overweight, crippled, and got a weird balding pattern and have bad skin. Okay, that's a lot to deal with, but even just in general, him being white, awkward, socially awkward, and autistic is a lot. And if in your 40s, that's a lot to deal with. And that means if you're socially awkward, you did not learn overnight how to be awkward and not talk to people. But the autism might have a lot to do with it. We're going to get into the autism later. Thanks for bringing that up.
The sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're really helping the situation.
Yeah.
The reason young
No,
men
you're not.
flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What?
Right. They are trying so hard to not want to address or respecting women.
What advice? Don't rape? Don't
Is that advice?
be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain.
Wow. See? They don't want to look at that. They even say that in a funny way is crazy, right? Have you considered not like taking advantage of women? Have you thought about that?
Dead advice? Brain dead advice?
It's almost
These
American shipbuilding is here.
what's it called? It's almost like we're talking about one issue here, and then the other people are talking about a completely different issue, but then trying to take that completely different issue and say, no, it's the same as this issue. That's so weird.
It's like, get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression, like,
Kids, don't be racist.
incredible.
Wow. That's what I said. I said wow. And I didn't even realize I was on mute when I said wow. Interesting enough. Let me pin this link there to pin it to the chat for you guys. Wow. Brain dead advice is like get consent. Get consent. Why is that even? I never understand why these are conversations. But hey, like I said, I thought this was awesome. I thought this was very interesting, and I thought that I wanted to address it because, like I said, it's triggered by me and waking up and getting up and having to do things by myself. And I'm like, man, this alone crap is for the birds, right? And then you think about it like, man, I'll just be with anyone. And you're like, well, I just don't want to be with anyone. And then you're like, okay, well, what's the alternative? The alternative is to be with a complete jerk or someone who's going to be abusive or, someone who's going to do something and not in favor, right? So there's so many other reasons. We're going to get into it because they always want to bring up, well, that's the white girl, her telling her story and talking about her story. What about us sisters? What about the sisters in the community? Okay, what about us? I got something for you on that one too.
Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the...
Introducing
my God.
Lemons. 3 unique characters, 1 unmatched flavor.
There's no volume.
Whether you're a professional or simply take pride in tackling your own outdoor projects.
Biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks.
This is like the male equivalent of like the...
That is crazy. This dude said he totally understands why we don't want men. And he's a man. He's like, yeah, he gets it.
Pick me is also... oh my God.
Right, because you get dragged for being a pick-me. You get dragged for being what was the other one? A mammy. You get dragged.
I can't not when his profile picture is like that with them smirking.
Oh my God, dude. This is what every just pearly things tweet looks like to me. Just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better. I promise. Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch porn. Batman would be very...
No way. I wouldn't recommend anything like that. I don't know why that's even... Don't just... I mean... Well, if you have to feel like you need to have... See, that you do need to beat one off. Yes. Sorry, the sun hasn't gone down here in this neck of the woods. You do need to beat one off because you need to release that sexual frustration. But nowadays people are letting the sexual frustration out in all kind of wrong ways. So that's probably why I think, yeah, you might need to go ahead and invest in some toys, ladies. That way that frustration won't be a part of what's motivating you, right? What's moving you. So the Batman motivating you in the Batman voice to make you feel empowered is crazy, right? It's so crazy work. So I just wanted to put that out there too. But yeah.
Very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me.
What?
Men are still kicking the bucket. Oh, they're not giving mine.
Right. So without getting into that, without getting into it, there is a bigger, not even epidemic level, but it's just enough men out here deleting themselves, enough black men. The age of deletion for men and black men have increased. The age of deletion in the self-deletion in the black community also has increased, right? So not only are they young people doing that at a younger age, also there's like a break, right? So there's the younger people that are deleting themselves because life is just getting to be too strong. Life is too hard out here. And they're just like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't life be lifing. and then they kick the bucket, and then you have the older people between the ages of 35 and 55 who are also deleting themselves because they're also coming on the other side of this life, which is now lonely for them. So yeah, there is a big group of those folks as well.
Following advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely.
Yeah.
It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix
That
it.
part.
Okay, but like if you say that, like there are like figures who are, I guess, attempting to fix the problem, whether it's the right way to fix it or not the right way to fix it.
Who?
Someone's attempting to do it, but it seems like that's the wrong way to do it. What are we talking about here? Like, what are we actually talking?
Other things.
I don't know what we're talking about because you have to break it up in two pieces, right? You got the people who are not for that. Just the same thing like with racism, right? You got the people who are not for all the racism, or people who are not for all the separation of the sexism. And then you got people who, and they want to fix it, but they can't fix it in they can't fix it because the other people that are a part of it are also with them. Does that make any sense? Oh, thank you so much. So, and I cracked myself up, yes. Chocolate, I dropped the link. So, that's the StreamYard link. You would need to go, where is it? You want to share to stream? You want to, okay, so if you stream with me, you would need to hit the link and then like stream it to your channel. But just to share it, you don't need a link for that, right? Okay. All right.
To care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women.
And that part too, I was stopping it because that was the part that got my attention, and the fact that we didn't create these rules. We didn't create these rules, dudes, ladies, right? We didn't create. So many people say that word wrong in this space. We didn't create this. That's what's so crazy too. So let's go.
Women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst you.
Ooh.
I'm hard. Now I'm harder.
Listen, Mike Hard, I'm about to go get me some wine. Get my wine.
Tennis, talking about with Google. Everyone knows my Eurostep is unstoppable. But today we use a certain.
I'm about to go grab
Men
my.
can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me?
Yeah, what
Leftists, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah, blah, blah,
Right.
the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone.
But it's not about.
What happens? Hi, Nightish. Nightish didn't even say hello. Oh, there he goes. He's saying hi. Hi, Nightish. What were you saying? You was not allowed when Stanshi was at Chocolate. You weren't allowed to do what? I don't know. Is Chocolate talking to you? Oh, I don't know, Sugar. I don't have no idea. What y'all talking about? I'm talking about folks that's lonely and what's going on in their life. Right? Okay.
But it's not about women. It's what?
These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like,
figure it out.
And they're not telling men to strip off. They're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, it. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid
And on top of that, she just said earlier that they have the least amount of friends, right? They're not making friends. They're not making any new friends. They might have friends. Women are like that too. But I guess in this regard, um, men have less friends, and then on top of that, they're not making friends as they get older. So I guess that because women can make friends later in life, it is fire. Um, women, we can make friends later in life too. You know, we do that too. Like at different stages of our life, we'll make friends. But I'm probably thinking like, yeah, men don't generally make friends later on in life. Like you guys have all the friends you have. And then later on in life, you just get older and you guys still hang out if you can. I don't know. Netta says that song is fire. So we'll let y'all hear a little fire.
Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back. Way before the fast life. When it meant something. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. That timeless.
I feel like I need to create like a two-step to this. Like I need a little ballroom to this. Like you can do the old school ballroom, you know, the 1, 2, cha cha cha, 1, 2, cha cha cha. Hey, you can do a little ballroom to this, but I feel like I still need to like, you know, add a little something to that. You know, you can do hustle, all that, pick up the money. But yeah, let's get into back to the video. That was a cute little music break. Thanks, Nightish. Yeah, man. Let's get back into it.
Like this, fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relative.
See what I said at the beginning of the hour? That it was what? Social, and then there was a system already put in place, right? Because if you're succumbing to patriarchy, nothing about that says that you got to be friends or meet friends. It says you need to have a community, but it still says you got to be all in charge and leading, and everybody wants to be a chief and no Indians. You know? I don't know. So I told y'all it was a system.
A new phenomena.
And that's like a really bad habit to break too. Like when you like grow up your entire life being told like, oh, this is just how things should be, even if it's like not the best way to be doing it, it's really hard to like break out of that habit.
Stupid,
so like,
right?
if you, like, geez, no wonder why guys don't want to talk to anybody. They just want to be like left alone.
And it's kind of stupid, right? So because then that's why I guess too that, you know, when you guys meet your woman, I don't know, Nightish knows stuff about stuff like this, but that's how the woman can be your best friend and you end up being vulnerable for her, but you know, you're still cool around your homeboys. I think it might be a little something crazy too, for the guy to be like totally vulnerable around his homeboys and then he can like be vulnerable around me. You know what I mean? That to me means something else, right? I don't know. Damn commercials.
Era of American shipbuilding is here.
There's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah, 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 blah. My point is,
Barbie
toxic
movie.
masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s, but social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and
True.
the housing crisis, and living in a country where wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely.
Okay, that sentence, that just pisses me off.
Is that okay? The problem that these guys have, their biggest problem, the with the cushy life that these men have, the problem now is that the only thing, well, they're lonely, they're by themselves, because they also remember they think that they're entitled. They believe they're supposed to have some sort of lifestyle already, which is that, part. Don't forget that part's in there. They believe they're supposed to already have some sort of American pie, American dream, right? And then they're not getting it. And then now they don't. And then they're going after, remember, we always bring this to the surface. They're going after the woman who doesn't even know that they're breathing. They don't like the one who is giving them the attention, who pays attention and caters to them and wants to love and dote on them. They don't want that one. They want the woman who doesn't even acknowledge their existence, right? They want the Barbie doll, the Instagram model. They want the woman who has no idea that they even like them. They don't have the courage to even talk to. You heard the guy say he's so awkward now. He's got autism. He's 40 years old. He's got crazy skin. Or he's got a balding spot. And you want to tell me you think you still deserve? I don't know. It's crazy because you can see why one problem has something to do with the other. You're going to be lonely if you think you're owed something. But then how dare you say the black woman, she thinks she's owed too. Well, we're owed something different. I'm not owed a whole person. Like, I'm not saying I'm owed a husband. Y'all don't say that. Y'all say y'all owed a wife. We just say we owed someone who loves on us, who wants to be with us. We want to be chosen. Y'all want to choose, and we want to be chosen. That's bars.
I.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth.
See, I mentioned that too the other time, right? We're not the incel guys that we're talking about that feel like they're entitled, that want to be pissed off because they're not getting any and they want to be mad at us. Is the men who let themselves go to a point where they're just completely insufferable. As same thing for the women. We're not going to neglect the women. We're going to get to them next. But we're going to bring up the fact that some of you guys are not trying to even keep yourselves in a presentable, the way you don't see yourself the way you want to be seen. You know what I mean? If you want a woman to feel that you're attractive, you need to be making yourself want yourself.
Causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity.
Why is the conclusion always about like sex? Like, no, loneliness can also mean friendship, like just having somebody to talk to. That's like not the voice.
Because the men always make the end result sex.
This is in your head. Like, why is it always gotta jump immediately into this? What? This is Twitter, though. What can I expect?
Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends, or suicidal when? Because needed under capitalism apparently isn't thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since
and that's
in
crazy too,
quotation,
you guys remember seeing that video of the guy who was videotaping himself, and he would come home from work. He would come home from work, and he'd be like, I think he was like UPS or Amazon or something. And he's like, you come home from work, and I did all this work for nothing, and he was crying online. I don't know if some of them are skits and some of them aren't, but I see my bowl of fruit. He was crying online, and he was all like, you do all this for nothing. You go to work and you do all this, and you don't have anyone. And it's crazy because their tradition is makes women wait on you to ask her to marry you. But you think you need to get yourself together So you going to work every day and you're lonely and you're sad and you're going to work every day and you're coming back home to an empty place because you think you need to get yourself together to get this woman, and the woman you want, you have to get yourself together for. She don't want you unless you're together. And the one that wants you, you don't want her. So now you go to work, you do all this stuff, and you can't, now you're sad and depressed because you're lonely when you're doing this big cycle, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know, man.
Yourself, like, what are we doing here?
Are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out earning men. This most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level.
Okay, see, I told you it was a cycle. Depressed men, then you get yourself together, and then time passes, and then you get with someone, and then, or it doesn't work out, or you don't get with someone, so now you get depressed, and now it leads down to you letting yourself go. Now you're unqualified to get with that beautiful woman, and you are out of shape, which now makes you more depressed, which leads to the high numbers of self-deletion. So the loneliness, and then it's starting off with this whole I can do everything by myself, and that idea that you think you got to be by yourself to build whatever you're building on, puts you in this cycle. So, and women do the same. We don't need no man. I don't need no man. I don't need no man. And then you end up don't needing a man, and now you haven't needed a man for so long, and now you don't know how to be with a man.
Does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues.
Not another
era of American shipbuilding is here.
Introducing Mike's Lemons, handpicked to bring you the boldest, most refreshing.
Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
Yeah,
the question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America is Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder.
What does that? But like, what does that have to do with like someone wanting friends? Like, it's, huh?
Okay.
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're going to take your stuff. You sound like
A new era of American shipbuilding.
Oh no, not
is
another
here.
commercial. We have to let it roll through, because baby, that one I can get rid of. There you go.
65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong. Okay. Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party...
Oh, who is this? Who are you? Do we know you? Do I know you? I don't know you, Sugar. Do I know you, Sugar? Can you cam up? I'm gonna have to get rid of one of these. There we go. All right, can you cam up or no? You're not gonna cam up so I can see you? It's okay. You don't have to. Thank you, though. I couldn't see you, so I Oh, I didn't know I want to take this down. Hey, what's up, willing to win? Hey, sugar. All right, so I don't know who that was, and all you have to do is just cam up in the back. I put my overlay up so no one can see you, and you didn't want to do that, so I'm I can't, I'm not gonna do that. So there we go, guys. It's okay, no problems. You don't want to, you can talk in the chat, and if the moderator don't like you in the chat, because the blue people with the little wrenchies don't like what you're saying, like cynical, um, cynical. Who else is in the chat? Well, obviously me, the Black Lexicon, that DO227. Um, I mean, you can talk in the chat. I don't care as long as you're not saying anything just disruptive. But here's this though. It's fair game. So if the chat and the moderators find out, if decide you're doing too much, then they can do what they want. So I'm not gonna say anything. And if I think you're doing too much, then obviously I'm just gonna kick you out. And then that'll be the end of that. So um okay, but you didn't cam up and I don't know who you are, sugar, and you can see me. I've been on other people's streams too. I'm not trying to be rude or mean or anything. But I also ask for you to cam up so I can see you. Once I saw you, and then or you tell me you talk because I didn't hear your voice either. So once you don't do those two things, you can. It kind of makes it difficult because I can't tell what you are and who you are and what you're doing. So I'm so sorry. Um, yeah, my apologies. I did kick you out of the what do you call it? The stage. Um, so yeah, I'm so sorry on that. So I mean, you probably did see me on T stream. Um I don't know what else to tell you. Say cynical, say Jen's rules. So hey, you could have seen me over there, and that's okay. So happy Friday. Yeah, we're just doing a little stream today talking about just the whole lonely thing, and folks being alone, and how sometimes you can be so alone that it kind of creates a loneliness. Folks are in an awkward position in between that lonely and being lonely, and then just being by themselves. So um but yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I just suggest that next time I ask to speak to you and, just kind of make sure I know what I'm dealing with, you can do accordingly, because it's okay. It's not that people do it all the time. So if you don't want to do that, then that's fine. There are streams that you can go to where y'all can talk like that. I just don't want to do that here. So everybody else who's been over here, I don't have no problem with them camming up. I just I'm trying to get monetized and move forward to that, guys, right? I need to get a bunch of watch hours, and I need to get some more subs. So as I'm growing a little bit, I want to make sure I just be like, um, do things right, I want to be like, I want to do things right, right? I want to be like on the up and up. Is that okay? Is that okay? All right. Okay, so I'm trying to get better too of leaving my camera on, so I forget that the camera is on, and I might make a face or something, y'all. And I'd be like, "Oh, damn, I forgot you guys can see me." I'm good for that. So yeah, yep, cynical. They Jen's rules. All right, that's crazy, dude. I got corn bombed one time. I was leaving the stream, and this dude pulled up and said this. He said he saw me over somewhere else. I had probably like just left, like Drip or somewhere, or T's show, and he came over here and he cammed up in the back, and all you saw was little wee wee. So yeah, whew. I see my fat belly. All right, so let's get back into it because I do want to get to this other video, but this one was only supposed to be 30 minutes long, so we just can't seem to get through it.
Will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like on a psychological standpoint, even if they offer them like a little glimpse of something, that can be enough to make someone really loyal into like your views and your opinions, you know? Because at the end of the day, if you show somebody like a little bit of kindness, they're more willing to trust you and like accept like the things that you believe and like the things you talk about. Like even like I have been guilty of that when people have been like really nice to me and like I start to trust them more and they turn out to be a really bad person. Like it's like a really psychological like needs of just wanting to feel accepted and like acknowledged. So I can kind of see why there's like Andrew Tate, because if you show a little bit of kindness, and that's all they want. Like, yeah, it makes sense. It really does, especially.
You think Andrew Tate was being kind to the men? What? Wait a minute. Whose kindness is she talking about was being shown? Right? Is that why they leaned into what he was saying about how women should be treated? Because remember, he also believes we're kids, or we're like children. Yeah, I don't want another daddy. Yeah.
When you got to deal with stuff like that on Twitter.
Every time this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchy, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing.
Men are oppressors by default, you guys. Can't make friends. You don't get any new friends as you grow through life. And then sometimes they feel like you're entitled to a relationship that every other people have to work for. Yeah.
To young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at talking about men's issues, if you would have told me this thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was told an MRA or a pick-me.
Oh.
Yeah, see? We were worried about what the men want. I think I was a pick-me at first because I wanted to be chosen so bad. I mean, I still want someone to want me and not be like, all right, well, let's just get hitched since we kind of know each other. You know, I don't want to die alone. You don't want to die alone. Let's go ahead and get married. So I guess, but I understand the pick-me part because you're worried about what is affecting him first, or not so much first all the time, but it's at the top of the list. Like, it's how is it affecting me, and then how does that affect him, and then how does that affect everything else, or what does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with him? I get it. I think I might have been like part-time pick me. I don't know.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I think a lot of it just kind of comes down to just being kind to people. Like,
no, girl, you cannot smile at some of these ninjas. You cannot buy them a cup of coffee. You cannot hold the door for some of these ninjas, because you be nice a little bit to them. You call them poo-poo. You call them sugar. You call them dumpling or whatever, and then they just lose their rabid, everlasting minds.
if you're kind, people will more likely want to listen, and like it's really that difficult to understand. I'm like losing brain cells here.
Lately, I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than
They like having all
pro-men
crazy
content.
part.
It's always framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal policy.
They're what you said. They're the stuff and things that we just want to collect but can't have. Oh my God, that's terrible.
I think that little character is so cute, and I want to be a character. I think that is so adorable.
A new era of American shipbuilding is here.
We cut out a little early. The inbox can wait because it's happy hour at Yard House. Half off all.
How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And
No,
I think
literally.
that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally. And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop. It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask,
Cis men. When do we start saying cis men? I've been out of it. I'm not in the loop of that kind of content. But when did we start saying cis men? And then misandry is the women hating men, right? So how does that affect a transgender man? Because if you're a transgender man and you're transitioning your gender to look like a woman, and what is misandry? Do I know? Hey Siri, what is misandry?
Misandry is the hatred of or prejudice against men or boys. The term misandry originated in the late 19th century as an epithet for first-wave feminism, drawing an equivalence between hatred of men and misogyny, the hatred of women. Would you like to hear more?
No, thank you, Siri. So it's the hatred of men, but how does that work with a trans man? Because I hate the man who now is a woman or appearing to be a woman. And is that it, y'all? I don't know.
why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us and to have people want to.
Here's the pitch.
Wow. Was that a crying? He was crying? Was that man crying? Oh my goodness, no. I didn't even realize I didn't have the video up there. Thank God, because now the commercials are up here. Okay.
Talk to us.
Let me go over to that video where it's at. Hold on. I see why people have like two what you call it? What y'all call these? Screens? Ooh. Hold on. What's happening? Oh, there I am. Oh, shoot. Whoop. Whoop. All right. Y'all, he is back to yelling out the window again. All right, had to get them together. Okay, so I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have the video playing. Hey, hustler and muscular. Hustler and muscular. So apparently this is now a trans man who is suffering because it is so lonely being a man now that he's a man. Let me go back a little bit.
And have a community.
Why aren't you including trans in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely felt like before we knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates.
People cross the street because they don't want to be near you, not because you are a trans man. It's because of the negative connotation that comes with men by themselves being dangerous. Oh my God. Okay, see, I knew I was getting into something when I got into this, because now these men who are used to be women, who are now men, right? Because a trans man who used to be a woman, now they transitioned into being a man, and now they're experiencing what it's like being a man and the lonely existence of being a man. And they're saying, oh, now people cross the street because they see me coming, because they don't want to be near you. Because we keep being told over and over again that men inherently are dangerous, and you want to become a dangerous species when you already was not a dangerous species.
How real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid, but I understand why this is separated higher in men.
Yep, now he understands why the self-deletion rate is higher in men now.
Isolation and yellow pillow.
Yeah.
I love how even experiencing the issues of being a man, but this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't.
Bro, they just want to.
Is that true? Men willing to win? Is that true, men? Hustler, muscler? Is that true, willing to win? That men just want a hug. Is that true, Nightish? Men just want a hug. Right? Is that true? You just want a hug? Remember I told you guys about the power of a hug? I told you guys there was actual medical benefits and what it does to your body when you hug a woman and when you hug each other, the release of serotonin and the building of cells in your body, how it helps you when you hug each other. Remember that? Okay, yeah. Remember I told you that. But I need to know, willing to win, do men just need a hug? Nightish, do men just need a hug? Fellas, I'm going to put a poll up. Do men just need hugs?
That's all they want. They just want a hug and to like feel like they're acknowledged and like, bro, that's like just a basic human like need. It doesn't make you less of a person.
I want to be told they're part of the problem because first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are providers, and if they have nothing to provide for, they get into findom random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot.
Nope, that's true because we see that in this space where folks have sent people cash apps, and you have no idea who this person is. You guys have sent me cash apps, so you are that is very much true.
I mean, part of that, look, if it makes them happy, because at the end of the day, it's all about like their happiness, right? Let them do that.
Right, but sometimes it's hard. We're gonna get into the Black perspective because I know y'all gonna be like, oh, well, that was nice, but that was a white lady, that was an Asian cartoon lady talking about. It's not the same thing for Black women. Well, we're gonna listen to what the Black women say about the loneliness side of it and why it's a problem. And we're going to talk to some aunties because I'm an auntie.
I guess.
Men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for. Men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through broken glass for a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose?
What? Kids?
NBA playoffs are back. You ever miss it, Blake?
Miss it. I'm in the playoffs right
No, not him.
I
Not
say that life as a
Jesus.
man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute
Dude, as like a content creator and stuff, like I can recognize very easily like why
So
people would want to
Jesus,
watch him. Because for the longest time, I didn't quite understand. But you know what? Like, I think it kind of makes sense. He's saying all the things like what you would say to like your target audience if you want them to feel like they're being heard.
so Jesus and Andrew Tate, and he does say all the things you need to say to your target audience to be heard. That is very much correct, I believe. Am I still okay? Yeah, that's true. I think he does say that he has mastered the art of saying the right stuff. So yeah, I would give him that credit too. No shade on that.
Because he's basically saying like, hey, I have this space where you can feel accepted and I won't like judge you on this because I view you as equal. So of course people are going to flock over to him. That makes so much more sense now.
audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up
No, it makes
after
sense.
a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact
That's
is he
true.
does not care about them for
Honestly, out of this entire video, that sentence right there pretty much summarizes everything. At least he talks to them. That doesn't mean that I like the things that he does or says and stuff, but it's like, yeah, you have to kind of acknowledge it at this point. It's like, no, like he actually talks and addresses like these issues. So guess what? As a selfish person, if I know someone is going to be talking and addressing about my issues, I'm going to listen to that person because it pertains to me as a person. So like that makes sense.
for years. And even now you
Or at least it would seem like that, right? Because that's their plan, is to make it seem like that you're talking to those people who have a certain ear for what you're saying, right? So you can make it seem like that. Your whole plan could be to get the crowd, to pull in the audience, and you could completely not even care or give a hoot damn about these folks.
just want to recruit them, not help them.
Right.
And that's why you will fail.
Yeah.
And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up.
Wash your penis.
So I guess I'll leave you guys.
Men, listen up, wash your penis. And according to Kevin Samuels, don't forget to wash your bum hole.
The question: why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next week.
Yeah, that one was interestingly enough. She has a good I like her little delivery. You know, no shade. I like the little Asian character in the corner. And I thought that was interesting to start off with before we get into the female side, right? So if the problem is that the men are being told something different and they're being told something crazy, and they're also thinking that they deserve, right, to have a woman, and now they're disappointed, they let themselves go, they don't want to take care of themselves, and then they still think they're entitled, right? They still think they're entitled, even though their body shape has changed, even though their hair has fallen out, and they still want us to look beautiful as if we did when we were 20. So a lot's happening, and it's just like something else is adding to this, right? So now women can say, well, the men say they don't want us, and the men say, well, there ain't no good women out here, right? And that's a kind of a sad way of thinking about it. But I think that sometimes too, there are no really good men out there. And I also think that a man who wants what he wants, he will go after what he wants. And I've seen men not let anything get in the way of what they want. So if they want to go out here and get it, she's out here looking for you. That's so crazy too. Because the woman that you're looking for, you're not even paying attention to her. I've been debating on whether or not I should go ahead and invest in a microphone, right? That'll be standing up in front of me, and then a new camera, because I'm not sure to see if my camera is kind of grainy. Is it blurry? It's to me, it's now. I need to clean it. I feel like I need to clean it off. Get a Q-tip, because it seemed like it got blurrier. Oh, that made it blurry. Whatever I just did made it beyond blurry. I'm addicted to you. Hey, Ivy Wody. Is that better? That's still not, it's still blurry. Yeah, I think I'll need to invest in a camera. They have the kind that goes on top of your, they have the kind that goes on top, like it can like clip on top of your, I had just took my sock and cleaned it. That's what that was. It was on my hand. It's blurry. It is blurry. That's crazy work. I want to get some alcohol and clean it with the Q-tip and see if that matters. So, all right. So I want to get into this next video that we can talk about. Well, I will talk about while I get something to clean off this lens. Right. I'm gonna see. I have one of those. I think I have one of those little cloths too that come with the that come with your eyeglasses. All right. So there was some other stuff. There were some other videos out there when I was looking into this, because I was just like, this is a point of devastation for a lot of people. And then there was like Oprah talking about it. Then there was like the lead attorney talking about it. It was just a lot of people bringing it up. And I was just like, okay, what's really happening, right? So wait, let me find this one. I'm gonna need to play a song while I go look for it. And I need to get up and get something to clean this off, because I want to know why my camera is blurry. It could just be blurry and time for get a new one. But we're gonna have one more again.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all.
I don't feel that timeless. You know what it is. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. No gimmicks. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Drifting. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. That's that vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Slow wine, no limit, yeah. No limit. Whole vibe authentic. Yeah. You don't find this every minute. Yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walked in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back. Way before the fast life. When it meant something. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. That timeless, yeah. You don't rush that. You let it ride. Vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft. Don't rush that. Oh, so. Like that.
Hey. Shout out to the Nightish. Okay, now the light is really bright. So shout out to the Nightish for giving me a dope little song. I had to get the puppy a pup cup. All right, so we're gonna get into this next video. I wanted to watch this video with you guys, and I wanted to touch on some of the actual facts. So before we got into anything, we'll make it a real big old deal. Folks are being like, oh well, you know, okay, anything you can look up, okay, you can look up and find and see what is leading to this and what people are talking about. And what they're dealing with, and the perspective of there's a hidden loneliness in high functioning Black women. There's a hidden loneliness in just in general, and that's connected to work and how women can still have everything they want and everything they need and still not be together and not have it together, right? All right, so the prevalence in the demographics, about 21% of United States adults report a serious feeling of loneliness. 29% of those women are between ages of 30 and 44. All right, that's a fact. Women under 30 are the loneliest group, and women are specifically more likely than men to be chronically lonely. But we just heard earlier, didn't they say that, you know, this group of men are the loneliest of all, right? Some of the contributing factors to some of this loneliness is work-life balance. It's called like the superwoman syndrome, right? Having to want to take care of everything yourself. So that's probably what I have. I'm like, I can do a lot of it myself. I can do things myself, and I've been doing things by myself. So it's kind of hard sometimes to get help or ask for help or need or let help you, you know? So I think some women have that superwoman syndrome where we are often juggling demands, careers, parenting, social roles, leaving little time and energy for meaningful connections. No, I'm not going to say I have superwoman syndrome. I just think I have a combination of these things, right? Social media and unrealistic comparisons. So, you know, the platforms allow you to see things that you are that can't be real, like not real like as in fake, but as far as like the body of a woman or their eyelashes or their hairline. Nowadays you're finding out that even the edges are fake hair. So like all the stuff that you would think that you would look at someone and say and compare myself to that person, it's unrealistic because that isn't even all them, right? And it's an all real you, but a all fake them. Trauma and abuse history. For urban middle life women, especially in marginalized communities, physical and emotional abuse is strongly linked to a higher loneliness score. So women feel like I need to be by myself because I can't trust anyone. Things are like they are. Every time I trust someone, they hurt me. Every time someone hurts me, now it begins wondering about them, questioning about them. questioning, am I going to be okay? Wondering if people are out here to hurt me, all that. So end up being by yourself because it's much easier to function alone. Societal expectation and now gender roles. So now you have that added to women face expectations to be nurturing, self-sacrificing, or entitled to care for, which can be a conflict with personal needs and companionship. So the idea that I have an expectation on me to be the woman of the house and be the mother, and the idea that that expectation is so heavy on me, and then the fact that I can't even begin to be your friend as your mate, I can't be with you, I can't even focus on how to be along with you when I've got all this other stuff to focus on. And so that whole gender role factor plays a big part in it. And when women decide if that's what they want to do, that or be alone, they're choosing to be alone because they don't want to have all that, right? They don't want all that. They don't want you up here fussing at them every day because they can't. Like, I've seen so many videos of my TikTok where the woman's like, I'm breastfeeding, and the guy's like, well, how come you didn't fix my dinner? And she's like, because I'm breastfeeding. So like the fact that that's happening, women are scrolling through and looking at their phone and looking at these TikTok videos and saying, oh, hell no, I'm not about to sign up for that. So they're going to be single. They're going to be by themselves. This is the highest amount of people that are alone right now. Lack of public attention. While male loneliness has been widely discussed, female loneliness often goes unexamined. Oh, okay. So despite the growing despite its growing prevalence, the underrepresentation can make it even harder for women to seek help. Okay, I get that. So the social impact, which is interesting too, because you think like overall, people are living longer, but they're dying alone, right? And then on top of that, as far as like socially, it contributes to other things where they need help, they need assistance in care, right? Because it leads to other issues. So the whole idea of you being by yourself, not getting hugs and not getting kisses and not getting touched on, can actually affect your physical body, right? And physically it can add to the things that can go wrong with you, right? So loneliness is a public health risk, right? And it's linked to things like depression, anxiety, cardiovascular disease, and reduced life satisfaction. You no longer get any satisfaction out of living, i.e. the higher deletion rates in between the ages of 35 and 55 now. For women, it can compound existing stressors like caregiving, economic insecurity, and gender bias discriminations. So all that to say that when it comes down to it, it plays a part on you, and it plays a part on your body. It plays a part in everything, right? It can be stressing you out. It can be stressing you out. You could be getting stressed out being by yourself and being alone. You know, I know it stresses me out sometimes, but at the same time, I understand when people say, hey, you know, I don't have to worry about nobody coming through my door. I don't have to answer to know anybody. I don't got to talk to anybody about anything. I don't got to worry about nobody's shoes by my front door or leaving the toilet seat up. I don't got to worry about none of that stuff. At the same time, you also don't have someone to hug you or hang out with you, or, you know, you want to come and tell your story. And you're like, oh, there's no one to tell that to. So I think that's that part. So here's this other video I was watching. I'm trying to debate if I want to watch this one or the 4-minute one, because this one's, well, it's only 20 minutes long. That's why I said we might get through some of the videos today or some of the clips, and then we might not, because this is it's crazy to me. So Black women are entitled. They feel entitled, right? So what about that side of it? Because you got the other half of the men who feel like, I should have, I'm entitled to have. But the Black women are also feeling like they're entitled. We were entitled to the American dream just like everybody else, right? just like me and you. We're both that white woman. Oh, it is blurry. Okay, so I'm gonna stop the live part. I mean the camera. There we go. So the black women were entitled to the American dream just like the white women were. But for some reason we seem to not think about that. We don't be thinking about that. Right? So when I was watching this video, I was like, I thought about it. And then of course the title came up because of course the thing is that I was looking for were Black women and their loneliness, and what is society and what is the world saying we're supposed to be doing about it. So of course this is what DD's reactions, period. I'm gonna skip through some of the reaction because I want to get to the actual content of what they were talking about. Okay, but sometimes these titles don't be titling. Okay, so we're gonna get into, I guess, why they feel like this, but I also I wanted to get into the part when they actually talk about why they feel entitled. Why are they now tired? Because I get that part too. I'm tired of explaining to you my feelings and then thus equaling the single and lonely. Interesting combination, right? Not single, comma, and then lonely, comma, right? And starting off with this guy right here, I like what he said about the whole 50-50 aspect, right? Coming into a situation with having a debt already there because you feel like someone owes you or off the top. So yeah, let's just get into this part. Let me go back right here.
Obligation and performance.
So the first date, so this is still contributing to why there's a loneliness epidemic, because the first date should be split 50-50. He said it removes obligation and performance. It's not about being cheap. It's about neutralizing expectations. So when we go on a date, I mean, just imagine how many women have gone on first dates and that's it. How many men have just gone on first dates and that's it? And at the end of the day, because all this goes on, all this was happening, all this, you gotta do this first and 50-50 and blase, whoop-de-whoop and whatever the hell. And, after that, I'm like, I wouldn't go on another date again. I don't want to do that because this is some bulldookie.com, right? So, all right, let me Let me go ahead and address someone coming into the building, y'all. There's only one way to land in the sugar factory. And welcome to the show.
I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful. Your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Hustler and Muscular. Welcome. How are you? Hello?
Salute, Genesis, with all your innocence. Mess with you, things get real menacing.
All righty then. Thanks for coming over. What you got going on?
Nothing much. So what are we talking about today? Lonely ass people in this world?
Wow. We're talking about the loneliness epidemic. How sometimes they say there is a male loneliness epidemic and there is a female loneliness epidemic. Just in general, there is a loneliness epidemic, right? And so yeah, I've been getting to that part. So now we were just talking about the male loneliness part and why so many men are lonely. Now we're getting into, before I get into some parts of why the women are lonely, this video is titled Black Women and entitled Tired, Single, and Lonely, and this is why. So the statement is on the screen here. The first date, this gentleman says the first date should be split 50-50. It removes obligation and performance. It's not about being cheap. It's about neutralizing expectations. He's going to get into telling us why when I press play. But this is coming from the premise that Well, he's going to tell us why. First, let him explain his stance, and then we can go ahead and talk about it. And what I was saying beforehand will apply.
It's not about being cheap. It's about neutralizing expectations. Nobody owes anyone anything, not another date, not attention, not energy. It's just two people seeing if there's a vibe. Joe, would you like to elaborate?
Elaborate,
Sure.
Joe.
I mean, that was
agree.
a longer sentence than I think I said, but I just think in an ideal world, we're trying to move towards equality on all levels, right? And I think if you start a relationship with someone, with one person owing the other person, even something as small as dinner, it has to come out somewhere along the line in the relationship. That expectation has to be balanced out some way. And I just think it's crazy to expect someone you don't know to already owe you something, because then they're going to expect you to owe them something back. I just think it starts things off on a weird foot. And I think that there's no other relationship in your life. Like if you were meeting a new friend, there's no other situation in which you would expect the other person to pay for you, or you would be expected to pay for them.
But the dynamic is different.
It is different, but I think it should start from as neutral a place as possible.
Yep. Both genders. Like if I date a woman, like who's gonna do that? You know, it's like, what's the reasoning behind the man only? The only reason I would say is because of the gender.
Wow. Did you catch that? She said when she's dating a woman, it's a conversation of who's going to pay. When it's a man, it's automatic.
Well, hot damn. Well, back in the day, there was a time. Well, back in the day, men were always expected to pay for the first date. I mean, go back to the 60s and the 70s. Men were almost
we're not talking about back in the day.
To pay. And me
But we're not
personally,
talking
I
about
don't.
that because we weren't there.
We weren't there, but we were conscious
It's not
of the time
affecting
period.
you. That doesn't affect you. But none of that. We talked about this before. Sometimes you go so far back, hustler, that part of history is not affecting you right now. That
I
part of the
understand
dating
that, but
style
this is
doesn't
what I'm
affect
saying.
us. So what
And
we're
to
talking
be-
about is you right now as a single man. Why are there so many more of you guys? There's men like you. There's a whole bunch of men like you that are single. This is what I'm talking about, the loneliness. And nothing to do it back on our grandparents' day, because they're how they dated and how they got to know each other was nothing to do with us. We don't even operate anywhere close to that. What we're talking about, what my show today is about the men that are like you, that is not married, with no kids, and by themselves. And just in general, you're by yourself because you are by yourself. But by you not having a spouse, by you not having a woman or a girlfriend that is now going to be your fiance, i.e. marriage, even just in dating, you're single and you're by yourself because you're by yourself till the next person come along that you want to date. And even then, well, that's why we're talking about the dating process, because even then the dating part of it is so messed up that it creates a person that wants to stay single, right? That's why we're bringing up, that's why I was going into the 50-50, because we're not even talking about back then, because I was born until 1970. So anything before 1970, before 1980 something, when I was, or 1990, when I was old enough to start dating, up until 1990, I didn't give a shit about, because I was a kid. So none of that matters.
I didn't
Back
either.
in okay, so
Born in
again, none of
84,
it
same thing.
matters. Okay, so nothing, even in 84, you weren't dating it because you were a baby. So until you became a teenager, which is 15, 20 years into you being born. So 94,
Wait, hold on,
2000.
Jenny. I get what you're
No,
saying,
hold
but let
on,
me
let me
say
finish
this,
what I'm
because
saying.
a lot
Hold
of the
on,
stuff.
let me finish what I'm saying. That's just crazy. Let me finish what I'm saying, because I'm just finishing what I'm saying. And then you can say what you're saying. We're not talking about 1950 nothing. We're talking about when we in our lives started actually being with other people, which is you were born in the 1980s, you didn't start dating until you were a teenager. If you were born in the 70s, you didn't start dating until like the mid 90s or the beginning 90s when you were a teenager. So up at that point till now, so none of this other shit got to do with us. Right now, you have people who are believing that they're entitled to be with you because, right? You have men who are fat, who are overweight, who are balding, who haven't seen their penis in months. They are expecting a woman to be with them just on the GP because that's what men are supposed to have. Start from that position. We're not talking about any other thing that got to do with nothing else today, hustler. Today we're talking about the loneliness concept and versus being lonely, and how some people have been, I don't need no man, and women ain't shit so long that they now are awkward. They can't get with nobody because now they done lost the whole how to get with people and how to deal with people, how to talk to people, and how to be around people. Why do I need to go grocery shopping, hustler, if I can order my groceries? Why do I need to go out into the bar and meet people if I can meet people online and sit in a chat room and sit on a panel and talk to people and get my idea and never have to leave my living room? That's what we're talking about today, because that's affecting us right now. Because there are women right now who don't come out the house because they're obese or they're heavy, and they think that they're not ready to come out the house to be meeting you. And there are men that are not doing anything with themselves because they have to get themselves together to meet me, when all along that's not the case. What's affecting us right now is the shit that's happening right now, not some shit that happened when our grandmother was here. What's happening right now is that you have incel men. This is why we're talking about the dating, because when a woman tells you off rip, before I even get to know you, hustler, it's 50-50 on the date. That hits different when a man tells a woman that, and he's begging and asking her to go out, and she's wanting to go out with him, and then you telling me 50-50, or you telling me it's not 50-50, that I owe you cooter box because you paid for dinner. Or vice versa, if the woman says, you know what, hustler, you owe me penis because I paid for dinner and I came and picked you up. And you like, no. So that's
I
why we're
wouldn't
getting
mind.
to this part. Well, you probably wouldn't mind, but it's not socially accepted because it's not accepted both ways. It can't. The problem most of the time, hustler, is that it can't go both ways. And if you want to keep saying, well, that's how men work, and then this is how women work, you got to accept the shit that don't go your way. It's because that's how women work. And you can't say there's no other excuse for it, because if you want to, if we have to accept the things that don't work for women, it's because it works well for men. Then we got to accept that. We can't argue that, or it don't go both ways. You can't. We can't. You can definitely be with a woman that picks you up and takes you out, but she also gonna throw that authority bag in there once in a while. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up talking. Because you don't have a position. But that's the same position the woman's in when the nigga's paying for everything. Right? Because if the nigga's paying for everything, then it's we going where I want to go, and then he can exert his authority. But if I'm paying for everything and I'm picking you up because you wouldn't mind, then it's also shut the fuck up talking to me when I tell you to, because you didn't put a dime in on none of this. You didn't even pick your own
Okay.
out because you didn't.
Oh, no,
You didn't. You didn't. If you didn't take yourself to the restaurant and you didn't pay for your own dinner, then you can't tell me shit because I'm paying for everything. But that's the same position a man
Yeah,
has when a woman takes that, when a woman's in that position, right? When he pay for everything,
I
he telling
suppose.
everybody, shut the fuck. Do you or suppose, or do you know? You see what I'm saying?
I,
Either you know or you don't know. If you don't know, then you go see that there are men out here who will say, I pay for everything, I'm the boss. If I pay for everything as a woman, I'm the boss. The rule is the
I don't
same.
know about all that, because you got niggas out here paying for
It
everything, and a woman is still the goddamn boss. So I don't know about all that.
but
She can still be
that's
the
a
boss.
different dynamic. We're not talking about them though. Them folks are together, and those are also people that are coexisting together. Eliminate them out the conversation because they already together. They coexisting. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the people
No,
that's
no,
gonna
they don't.
date you.
I doubt it.
They ain't got nothing to do with us because they're dating each other. We're not dating them. We're looking for people to date because you're single, I'm single. With the single people, we're not talking about the folks that's together where the woman wears the pants in the household. They've been together and they got 14 kids or 7 kids or whatever the case. Them folks don't got shit to do with us because they're in a relationship with each other. The people that got something to do with us is the folks that's single like you and single like me, and it meets us. And now these are the rules that they're applying to the relationship. Them folks that's together, where the man pay all the bills and the woman run the household, them folks been together. And you see how they got nothing to do with us, because them folks probably married or they've been in a relationship and they just together, right? They hitched, they live together, all
Well,
that. They're not dating us. They're not dating us because they're
I get
together,
what you're
hustler.
saying, but
Okay, so they ain't
I
got nothing to
get
do with us.
I get what
They ain't
you're
got nothing to do
saying,
with
but
us.
the thing is, what man wants to deal with a female that's just gonna run all over him
I
and wear
don't.
the pants in a relationship? I wouldn't
No, we're
sign
not
off on no
talking about
bullshit
that.
like that. Just
We're not
saying, but
talking about that. But then you get that
okay.
when a man deals with a female. That's why that's important to note too. But I mentioned that earlier on why when a man says female, because the weed I smoke is a female, the pollen on the plants is a female, a dog, a baboon, a cat, all that's female, but none of that can ever be a woman. You get why it's offensive sometimes when a man says female to a woman, because none of those things that are female can ever be a woman. But a woman can also be female as well. So you saying that is it putting there in the same category as everything else that is female. Anything that's not male is female. Now, how a man deals with a woman who is bossy, that's a different conversation, because we only know how women deal. I don't know how female everything else is. Right? I don't know how female baboons get along or female dolphins get along with males. I know how men and women get along. So I think that's an important little, make sure that, you're clear on, because I don't deal just with males. I deal with males because I have a male dog. But ain't no way in hell ever on this green earth is my dog going to be a man. Because that would be disrespectful to you as a whole man. Right? And I'm not calling you a dog figuratively, but it's crazy to call my dog male and then call you male just because y'all both got wee-wees. But you'd be like, no, I'm a man. That's a dog. We'll make the same distinction on the women's side then. That's all I'm asking.
You know they call female dogs, right?
No. Bitches?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, so the point. That's not funny. So you calling me a bitch?
No, hell no, not you. Far from it.
Okay, but you didn't miss what I said. It's okay.
I get what you're saying.
Back to the video.
I get what you're saying. Come on, don't be like that. I get what you're saying.
I don't know. You got it. You didn't acknowledge it, nor did you act like you ever understood what I said.
Yes, so. I understand.
So I don't know why men have issues with females, because that's kind of crazy. You shouldn't be messing with females.
I think they got.
What?
Yeah. You need a woman, a real woman, not some
or
female.
You need an actual woman.
You need a man. You need a man, not a male. Big difference there.
Well, all of you guys are male. But when you watch my Fur Baby show, when I talk about animal abuse, I got a video of a man. He just needed a female, and he found a dog. And he got pulled up on because he was outside doing it to the dog. Because he just needed a female. What? He didn't care. Yes,
men like
because
that got issues.
Well, that's what animal abuse is, but we talk about that on Sunday on my animal show. But yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. I just need a female. So, and when you say that, you're saying I just need a female, and he found one, outside.
Well, God.
But let's get back to this. Okay, so the idea of the 50-50 dating, before you start actually dating. So these are some of the things I wanted to bring into like the whole entitlement and the fact that, some women do believe that they, especially if they've been like, I don't want to say bred to or like raised to be domestic. Your mom's raising you with the idea that you're going to grow up and be a wonderful wife someday. You know what I mean? And then which means that they teach you how to be a mother. They teach you how to take care of things at a young age. So it's not by, crazy misdesign that women, have little baby dolls and they learn how to comb the hair and all that stuff early age, because there's some sense of like preparing you to be a mom and to be a wife and to be a family. So your parents help lead you into that kind of fantasy too, So by default, you may not know that you have an innate desire to grow up and be someone's family, and it would seem like, or someone's mother, and it would seem like you be entitled, but it's just your expectation based on what you were taught as a child, right? If your mom taught you, do this and learn how to fold the blanket so that when you grow up and have your own family, and then of course when you grow up, you're expecting to do all this. So I guess that's where the entitlement comes from. Well, let's see.
That's the only way that I would like.
What do you mean by gender reparations?
There's a pay gap. So I would be like, okay, there's a pay gap. So it's like you're giving back. So that's my only reasoning.
You should pay for dinner.
Yeah, that's the only reasoning of that. But I agree with that. Or you talk about who makes.
Oh, wow. She said that part of the reason why she believes that men should pay for the date is because of there is a gender pay gap. So by default, men get paid more So I've heard the argument too. My ex-boyfriend used to have that argument, like he get paid more. So, but then once he broke it down and realized not really, then he felt kind of like men don't really get paid more.
Does it matter who get paid more? I've always
It
thought
does.
that it was.
It does because they pay you more, and so it matters.
I'm talking about when
because
it
they
comes to
actually give you-
dating.
Right, because you have more money. If you go to work for 40 hours and you go to work for 40 hours and you're a bus driver and you work in the A school district A, and I go to work for 40 hours, I'm a bus driver and I go to work in school district B, and you drive the same amount of time I drive. You're gone 8 o'clock and 7:30 in the morning to 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm gone the same amount of time. When they hired me for $10 an hour. When they hired you for $12 an hour, because there's a pay gap. Just in general, that men get paid it used to be like 70 cents on the dollar. So for every 70 cents more. So for every dollar a woman made, a man made $1.70. Or it was something like that, right? So to say that you made $1 and some change more than I did for the same exact job. So you got men and women doing the same. It's men and women work at the Secretary of State, right? You said go to the Secretary of State to renew your license. It's a man behind the counter and it's a woman behind the counter. They both on the same computer. They both look up the same information. They both tell you how much your license and your ID gonna cost. They both tell you to stand there and take a picture, and then one person gets paid more. So, but her logic is saying that by that alone, the men should pay for the date because you're asking me and you get paid more per hour. So your check is bigger for the same thing. So that's why she's saying she believes that. All right.
Makes sense to me.
Makes more money, and then you can decide the splitting of, because women can make more money than the man. Does that mean the man needs to pay more? Like, and then I also don't agree. Like, why? Like, it's literally like, why is the man paying? It's all a level of the patriarchy. And how do we dismantle that? If we're like, how are women becoming equal if the man is still the one expected to make more money, expected to do the funds and stuff?
Listen, I think she's right on the money. I think it's something. It's one of those things where I say to pay, ignoring the pay, but we're living.
Here's why the founders of EIDEMIC are betting on an ad platform you probably haven't thought of.
In my opinion, going to be one of the top 2 ad platforms.
Shout out to Dee Woods, by the way.
Dealing with a man. See, they brag about being able to pay their own bills, pay for all we have, but we don't. Some to see and who can make money and eat them, and it's.
No, I don't mind paying.
But being as you shared earlier that in a previous episode that you don't mind paying if you ask first on a date.
No, I don't mind paying.
So I'm not trying to be funny, but Hustler Musler, do you look at him and be like, oh wow, he's gonna get all the ladies?
Do I look at him and think, what now? He gonna get all the ladies?
Yep.
Could be. I don't know. But like I said, shout out to Dee Woods. She does amazing.
Yeah,
content.
I gave her a shout out earlier. Shout out to Dee Dee's reactions.
Yeah.
Fair use.
Me and
What's
her
my fair use? Oh, my fair use banner.
Me and her go way back to like 2021, 2022.
Do y'all really? Okay. But when you look at this man, are we saying that?
But elaborate, like in response to what she just said, she doesn't understand why men pay or why they're expected to pay.
So looking at him, we're not saying he's unattractive. I'm not saying anything like that. Okay. So don't be mad at me, but I'm not trying to be the elephant in the room. I'm not trying to ignore the obvious. And I'm pretty sure after him doing whatever he does to himself and his hygiene, he could be smelling good. He could be nice and clean and all that. I just know that in comparison to other men in the world, someone can look at him and then look at someone else and be like, okay, based on appearance. And I'm just saying, I hope that he cleans up for a date, right? Let's just say he doesn't. If he does not clean up for a date and this is how he presents himself, the problem is that this is what you think you're presenting to someone as a first impression, right? The problem is that you're going after a woman who doesn't like this type of guy. You know, the problem is, especially if he's saying, I don't mind paying, you're going to probably be paying most of the time because you're going after a woman who requires you to pay. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like, it's like a weird little cycle, you know, and let's just say he cleans up and goes get a haircut and, you know, not cut it off, but just go get himself kind, you know, jazzed up, lined up in the whole nine. And he's like one of those like, oh, wow, didn't you see that you look like that? Then that's fine, because that woman who was attracted to you when you look like you know you needed a little help is also going to be attracted to you when you look like you got everything together, hopefully, right? So it's interesting that I'm not saying, you know, there's other men out here who spend a lot of time in making sure that they stay nice and, you know, or nice and refined, and there's other men out here who don't really put a lot of effort in that. And I'm just saying, if he was standing next to someone who puts a little more effort in themselves, probably there would be a less chance that the woman would go for him. You know what I mean? As a woman, I'm just saying.
Yep.
He's not ugly, but
I understand what you mean. If he stood next, he's probably like a 5 out of 10. But if he stood next to a 7 out of 10, nah, it's a done deal for him.
yeah. So see what I'm saying? But the thing, that's why I said the problem for it is that when they hear like the Andrew Tates and these guys like him, not saying that this guy is that guy. I'm just saying that guys that look like him or appear like him will listen to what Andrew Tate said and be like, yeah, I can have all the women I want. And he won't even go clean himself up. But then be mad at the guy who stays in the barbershop or, you know, who makes sure that his hairline is always nice and neat, or you're mad at that guy because that guy takes care of himself and he always is going to look like he takes care of himself, and the woman's going to see him and see you and then go for that guy. What you want us to do?
Damn. When you put it like that, yeah, that is kind of crazy.
And then you're going to
And to
stay
be
how
fair,
you are. You're like, well, Hustler Musk, and they be mad at you because you in the gym all the time. But he don't go in the gym not one time, right? And he mad, but he want a woman whose body is on point, on 10. And then he mad at you and you a punk for going to the gym because somebody told him that he's supposed to have a woman just the way he is. So why are you going in the gym, Hustler? Because you thinking the same thing too. Like, I got to make sure I keep myself together so that I can attract a beautiful woman. He like, I ain't doing all that shit. And you like, okay, how does
yeah.
this supposed to work then? You
And I
know,
always
he could
say,
be a
if you
nice
go,
man. Go ahead.
could be. If you're gonna listen to these content creators, you have to be willing to do the work that it takes to, you gotta abide by what they're preaching. You know, if they're saying work on yourself, take better care of yourself, boy, you better be doing just that. Like you said with me,
But
I be
they
at the gym.
don't.
I be at the gym once a week. You know, I eat in moderation so I can put on some weight, and I go to the gym and work it all off. And as far as hygiene goes, I wash my ass even when I don't plan on leaving the house. Because I've seen men and some I work with personally, they smell like a skunk every time they come into the goddamn office. I'm like, really?
But
So don't complain
told
about. Don't listen to the content. You're not going to do the work that they're emphasizing. Self-improvement, changing your
no,
whole
they got
overall mindset on dating.
no. Why would they do that? They met a content creator that told them, you could be awkward and out of shape, and so what if a woman don't want you because just the way you are, then screw her.
Then
So
those
now what
content
about
creators
that
are so
guy?
full of shit. Those content creators are so full of shit. That's why I respect people who hold women and men accountable. Because let's be honest here, women and men are fucking up our dating market. It ain't just y'all ladies. Yeah, we men are just as guilty too. We got shit to work on too. Maybe this guy got some shit to work on, but we
That
don't
was
know.
the first
Besides his
video I
hair.
showed earlier. Well, he's probably really nice, not saying anything about, shout out to this guy right here, but I'm saying just like appearance wise with women, I know as a woman when I'm around other women, especially women that are very picky and very fickle and very, petty, or they would be like, I ain't gonna talk to him because he ain't got no haircut. And he could get a haircut and he could be that kind of guy who works and don't get a haircut until he has to get one. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, he's gonna go after the girl who wants a guy who always gets a haircut. You see the difference? He could be the guy who like, I only get a haircut when I got to do something important. Other than that, I rock it. I rock the rough man look. He don't want the woman who just likes them for that. He wants the woman who requires him to be on 10 all the time. And then he don't like the fact that you got to keep up with that. Well, go after the girl who likes the roughy and scuffy you. And that way, when you roughy and scuffy, she like that. You get all nice and tanned up to shiny like a new nickel. She like that too. But your problem is you get shiny like a new nickel and go after the girl who only likes shiny nickels. So that's where y'all get messed up. Y'all want the women who only date shiny nickels. And when the moment you start getting rough and stuff, she don't want your little ugly rough and stuff ass. And now it's too late to go back to the woman who did want you because they up here crying, talking about they lonely. We about to watch that video. Because they like, it's a lonely life out here, boy. But yeah, it's some real stuff though. Peep this out. Let's finish this part. Okay.
I mean, that's like you said, it was a gender norm.
Yeah, that is the
in previous, it's like men were naturally more of a provider. Like they would go out and get like hunter gatherers. They like we got hunt.
But you're not a hunter gatherer no more. And then you can look at him and he don't go to the gym.
And then we bring back what we caught or whatever. So it's kind of like the same kind of situation. Like if we're making money and we can.
He got some big thumbs though. The sun went down, y'all. Y'all know the freak come out at night. So he got some big thumbs.
Out at night.
Or to provide this dinner or etc. That we would just.
I don't think
you don't know that song.
Those are synonymous. To
yeah,
be honest.
hunter yes, I do.
And also, there was women hunter gatherers.
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
I'm not denying the existence of that. I'm just saying that like, if there was a norm that was set up.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, he's living in that norm world where the norm was set up to have hunter and gatherers, and by default, that's why he pays for dates.
The reasoning, patriarchy.
That's the reasoning why I'm okay paying if I can afford to pay.
I did want to go back to what Joa said in terms of when you do initially go on that first date. How do you propose that being the standard that you set then? Like you go on the date,
right? So if you go on a date with someone, how do you let them know that it's going to be 50-50? You about to tell us?
No, that's so true. And those are your beliefs or your ideals. How do you set that up for the other person to receive?
What's your girlfriend?
Don't remember, to be honest.
Okay.
I truly don't. I've definitely paid for dates before. Okay. It's not like I'm not going to be a dick about it during the date. But the thing is that I generally think it's good advice that first dates need to be cheap to free. And I understand that some people disagree and some people.
Oh, you heard that? First dates need to be cheap to free, right? If they should be all kind of coupons.
I mean, no. Well, that's not what I meant.
No,
first date should be something that doesn't require any kind of money.
Why would you want a $300 date?
You would.
Well, he's saying cheap to free, right? So you don't want to do a $300 date with somebody you just met and you don't even know if you want to be like them tomorrow. You don't even know if you're gonna like them in a few hours. That's why your first date should be cheap to free.
Makes sense.
Fancy date for the first. I think if somebody spend more than $50 on first date, that to me says you're kind of irresponsible. Because it means you don't know who the other person is, but you're still just based on their looks or whatever, you're deciding like, this is, I don't know who you are, but you're worth 50.
And you're putting a value on them. So when you go out with this girl, you like her a lot and you think you're into her a lot and you think y'all gonna, you like what she got. And then you put more value on it because you want to take her out to a really nice restaurant. And then the other girl you date, that you went on a date with, you might not have took her to a nice restaurant, and so that just shows the value. So that speaks about the guy and shows like, if you normally take women on expensive dates, that's just how you value women, right? You take them every time you take them somewhere, you take them to a nice place. But I get what he's saying because that sets a value to it too. Like, and then also that sets that tone to when women say, well, dang, hustler, when we first started dating, you was taking me to real nice restaurants. And now you don't take me nowhere but the Cheesecake Factory. And you like, girl, I was trying to get your panties, right? So now it's like, oh, well, now I was way more worth it to you then. Now you're gonna take me but Chick-fil-A. You talking about Chick-fil-A.
Nah.
That's a date.
This is why I say you should. This is why I say maybe you should have started with the Cheesecake Factory and then work your way up. That way you can see if she's worth all this mess. Maybe
that's
there
why
is
he
a
said
value
the first date
system
need to be cheap to free. Because if somebody really like you, they're gonna hang out with you whether you pay for if y'all pay for whatever it is or not. If it's 50-50, you pay for your part of the entertainment. And if you don't like what you experience, guess what? I've done that before and I've offended people. I've done that where I've gotten to the place and I'm like, okay, let's pay, because I might have already started feeling like I don't know if I like them. But I agreed to the date, so now we're gonna, see. We're gonna see. So I agree with that, because that first interaction, unless you already like had a conversation and had like some way of like setting a premise, you don't have anything. You just walked up to someone, you got a chance to say, hey, can I give you my number? Can we go out? And then when you go out, you're trying to see if it's somebody you want to actually deal with. So why are you spending so much money?
I got a phone call. Be right back.
Sure. I agree with the guy. So why would you spend so much money? You know? Why would you okay, yeah, when he comes back, why would you have to spend so much money? I agree with that.
$50, which aside from the slightly demeaning aspect of it, it's also just like, you have no clue what is going to happen here.
Right.
Like, why do you think
irresponsible is hilarious?
I just see it like financially.
That makes sense.
If it's a first date, you don't know who it is. You don't know who, if you're going to connect, and you're already going to put down money.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that is financially irresponsible.
Is that like a deposit on the relationship? Wow. I'm gonna skip through some of Didi's commentary, so because I didn't timestamp. I told y'all that I didn't get the timestamp on this one, but we'll go to the next one.
Responsible. A lot of these modern women looking for men to spend on these first dates is ridiculous. It's wild, and I think
I do think it's crazy.
Of a drink or and as a measure to determine who think putting $500 for meals, then that is financially irresponsible.
Who is spending $500? And where is that at? Oh no, we're not doing that. I remember going on a date that was like $300. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I was like, this is not gonna happen, and we're not gonna come back here.
Responsible because that's your money that you're wasting on the women.
On somebody you don't know.
Do you still need your high school? Are you struggling to find a job? Are you?
No.
Obligation with men to spend money on them.
It's your date.
All right, sorry, Didi.
You're not in a situation where you're trying to get to know the other person. You're in a situation where you're trying to show off for the other person. Or the other person wants, is trying to express that they want a certain kind of environment. But either way, the date no longer becomes about, okay, I want to get to know you and I want us to talk. It becomes about, all right, I want someone who's going to fill this kind of role, whether for the man or the woman. And so, yeah, I think
That
the whole
is
thing
so
becomes more
real.
performative.
I've been on a date. That was $250 was my first.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
How was it?
$250.
How was it?
It was.
They paid for it, right?
Yeah. Well, he was the real estate agent in my fancy building.
Told you, it's not even like, exciting. It's like she was like, It was like, right? It wasn't even exciting to go that date. $250. That was not impressive. It didn't even see how
So
she
what
felt the
does
same
that
way.
tell
Mine was
you?
300, and I was like, it doesn't even
So
matter
you
to
want
us. We
men
keep
to
telling y'all that, but for some reason,
Okay, so even if men spend a lot of money on it, there's no guarantee that's gonna be a fun date. I could have told you that. Shit, you can't put value on how much the man's gonna spend. Put value on how much he's gonna entertain you or entertain each other or whatever. Are y'all gonna have a good time, or you just there to, or he just there just to splurge and show off, like he said, fulfill a role.
right? That's what he just said. You're not looking for it to interact with this person because you don't even need $250. Now, if you're telling me like, yeah, we go into like an event where I could get it where like the whole evening, I could see where sometimes if you're telling me that we're going to a concert, we're going to a show, including the tickets, including food, like that whole experience, and that might have been $200 because that's pretty much what it rounded out to for the both. You know what I mean? But let's just go on a dinner. I went on a dinner and it was just like, this is not, he was like more so flexing him knowing the people at the restaurant. Like, I come here all the time. Okay. And then it's like a Ruth Chris style. It was like a Ruth Chris style dinner. It was like little plates, the lamb chops, and like, they bring out the little plate and you make your plate from there and they bring out all the little servings. And it was really nice, but it was like him, just like the guy just said, it's more of a competition or more of a, you flexing and showing off that to the other person how much money you can spend. Cause I didn't need $300 to chill with that dude, But
And
yeah, that's what he thought.
And that's the thing that we men try to avoid. I mean, that's why I say don't put a dollar amount on whether or not you can have a good time with somebody. Because 1 minute you're complaining about, oh, you can't take me to no Cheesecake Factory because my value is worth in that. But at the same time, you can't get mad at men who feel like they have to contend for you or splurge for you just to get your attention. You're basically
Right, but
creating
you're
the same
doing that
kind of
for the
men.
wrong
You're-
person, hustler.
Exactly.
Y'all
Well,
going
there's
after
that
the
too. You
girl
should do that for
who-
anybody, really.
No, you going after the girl who is already. You going after the woman who already wearing the Louis Vuitton red bottoms, and you don't got no Louis Vuitton yourself. You going after her, and then then the men could get upset because they you don't have to work to maintain this life with this person or this interaction with this person. But that person is literally out of your price range, right? So you're going after a Rolex when you don't have Rolex money. And then the women can complain because those are the women who are complaining that these niggas is broke.
Out of your
Because
price range. So now
yeah,
women are
you're not
products. Oh,
no,
boy.
because you're not dating the woman. No, in real life, because you're not dating the woman that you see all the time, that you see that likes you. You're not dating. You're not going after her, and she's in your price range. She's okay with you going to Cheesecake Factory. So what is that you're not able to read? You're going after the shiny nickel, right? You want the girl that's shiny and with the Gucci purse or with the long weave, who you know is not her hair. How do you think she's gonna maintain that hair that you absolutely know is not hers? You know she got on a wig. You stupid if you sit there talking about some, oh, she got a wig and I can't believe she asked me for money to go buy some hair when you know she got the hella wig on her head. But you want that woman instead of the woman that's natural who don't cost her nothing to maintain her hair for real, for real. You rather go after the girl who got $200 wig on and it costs her $200 to get her hair done versus the woman who got $20 worth of hair products and does it herself in her bathroom. Y'all don't want that girl. We keep telling y'all don't want her, and we see it all the time in the movie, right? It's the little quiet librarian, the one who always remembers what you like when you get to the coffee shop on the way to work, hustler. You know, she be like, hey, and she see you, and you be like, oh, she nice. But instead, you
Yep.
want the Instagram model girl who was gonna be like, "Oh, I need $100, I need $400 to get my hair done." You like this bitch?
This chick done lost her damn man. Now, to be fair, I guess you
Right.
could say I've done that before. I've ignored the good girl for the bad girls, but my reason is a little different because the so-called bad girls with the hearts of gold pay the most amount of attention and are mostly available compared to the good girl that just sits around waiting for me to make a move and she's barely available. Everybody's
Because
situation differs.
no, and that's also we talked about that before. Because remember, I don't know if you was listening, but I said that in the beginning. Because if tradition is telling that woman to keep herself together and make herself available for the man to choose her, you just not choosing her. That's what we keep coming back and see how it's a cycle of a conversation because tradition tells her don't go up to that man and tell him you like him, you want to date him because that's not right. He not gonna.
But Genesis,
No.
didn't you
Hold
just
on. Hold on. Because the
go
men
ahead?
tell us. No, I'm gonna go ahead. The men will tell us that they don't respect when we do that, and they don't want us to do that. Now, the modern men, some of y'all younger men like yourself, remember I'm older than you, so some of the younger men are saying, "Hey, I like that," but they're still telling us that you really don't respect when a woman comes up to you and tells you you want to be the person that pursues her and it goes after her. So since we have to wait for you to come after us, we're the ones sitting there waiting on you. But you're not going after her, right? You go right past the nice girl because you want the other girl. You just said that because I wanted the bad girl because the bad girl makes herself available. The good girl available too. She just sitting there waiting. She not out there. Because at church they would tell us that they would tell us that hustle. They'd be like, make yourself seen. Come to the church. Come to the events. But you ain't out there twerking in the middle of the party. You might be sitting off to the side, but you're there. But he doesn't see you. Because what he sees is what you just said. Is the girl that's making herself available. She's putting herself out there. And then the men are telling us we really don't respect that kind of woman because she putting herself out there. So now what is that?
Really don't.
Because the good girl is sitting off on the side doing what tradition told us to do was be available and let that man come to you. He just not coming to us. We
But
friends with
didn't
y'all.
you just say? Didn't you just say earlier, the hell with all the old traditions from the past? This is the modern era. So all that sitting around waiting for the man to come to you in that regard should be dead and gone. Now
It
you
should
like
be
a man,
gone, but then
show your
that's what
interest.
y'all right. But what did you look how this is literally evolving in front of your face. Me to doing that is what? Being like a man, right? Now that is called what? Masculine, being masculine. Men don't want a woman coming at them being all masculine. So then you can't do that and still be feminine at the same time. You got to let that man know, or you let him know how you feel, and you tell him, hey, look, I want you, what's going down? And some men don't like that. Some of the modern men are okay with it, but some of these other men who are resting in tradition because they want to be the one to pursue the relationship. They want to be like, I went after her. So if that guy is thinking that, then when a woman comes to him, it offends him. And he be like, no, I don't like that. So that guy, the woman is waiting on him to say, I like you. Because he don't like it when the women come on to him like that.
You
So
know
that's
what's
the guy
crazy?
that's sitting back in tradition waiting, but he's not being, he can't, he's waiting on, he wants a different kind of woman. Because the women that
I
want
get
him
that.
want to walk up to you and grab you by your balls and run you down and hump on you, hunch on you. But y'all don't
Yep.
want that.
Yep.
Because that's
Yes,
too
we do.
masculine. That's aggressive.
Yes, we
Don't do
do.
all that.
Now, crazy thing, I had a guy at my university back when I was in my 20s say something like that. He doesn't like when women approach him because he finds it emasculating. But I'm gonna tell you the same thing I
I've been
tell
told
that
that
guy.
too.
I told that guy, bro, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter who makes a move on who first, because at the end of the day, y'all both got roles to play. Like you said, we're not the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s anymore. Women are way more independent and assertive than they were back when our parents and grandparents were coming up. So let's adapt to that by allowing them to make the move. That's the first thing. And second of all, it's not the approach, it's how you do the approach that matters. If you come at me talking about some, hey hustler, what you working with down there? I'm gonna look at you and wonder, what the fuck are you on?
Okay,
But if you
but it's the
break the
same thing
ice,
as you
hold
telling her
on.
that.
But if you
No,
break
it's
the
the same thing as you telling her talking about women's booty. So y'all got to catch up on being sexualized like that because y'all
No,
been
we don't.
that's big cat calling. Yes, you do. You get over it because cat calling, that woman gonna get told, "Ooh, that ass" 45 times,
I
and
don't
then the
cat
one
call
time
shit.
somebody say, "Ooh, that dick," now y'all crying. So no, you can't have it both ways.
I
You
don't cat
probably
call
have said
anybody. Never
something.
been cat.
No,
Wait.
you
I got
probably
cat
have
called one
said.
time. I got cat called once when I was like
What they
23 or
say?
24. Yep.
What they say?
Some girl came out the beauty salon, was like, I like your muscles. If that counts as cat calling, that's the most she ever said.
Did you have muscles?
I've had muscles since high school, baby. What the fuck you talking about? I've been buff since I was 15.
So then what did she say? So then it's a buff. First of all, no, only us old folks say buff. But so then she wasn't lying.
I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but goddamn, but I wasn't surprised, but
Okay, so since then,
I'm
have you
just
been
saying at the
catcalled
end of the
again like that?
day,
Is it a
I'm
problem when
saying
you walk down the street? Is it an issue that offends you? Like you just be like, damn, these women don't see me nothing other than muscles.
no, not really. Nope.
Okay, so that's why it's not the
And
same
this
thing
is what
in
I think
regards to that.
This is what I think separates men from women, because men, we don't get a lot of attention from women. We can just go minding our business and nobody is going to acknowledge us. But a beautiful lady like yourself, because I've seen you on Instagram, I bet hella men be trying to shoot their shot at you or be looking at you from afar. We don't get that. We don't have it like that. So of course, when we get it, it's going to kind of, we're going to kind of get immersed in it. It's nothing new. So it's a little bit different for y'all. That's why people don't respect women who have a lot of male attention, because it's so easy for y'all to get it compared to the men who have to put in work to get it. I mean, who would you rather hire for? Who would you rather promote for a job position? The person that come to work and do the work to get the position, or the person that just sit on their ass and don't do a goddamn thing and still get promoted? Who would you rather promote?
What? Oh my God.
Who would you rather respect? The person that puts in the effort or the person that puts in no effort?
What are you using that to say? Like women don't have to put in effort?
They don't have to put in as much effort as men do.
Okay.
I can't
That's
walk
the thing.
outside with no shirt on and have females throwing themselves at me. But you can go outside in a
If
nice
you
little
been
tank top or
muscular
crop top and
since
have
you was
plenty of men throwing
15,
themselves at you. Just
if
saying,
you've
baby.
been muscular since you was 15, then you've been having women throw themselves at you since you were 15. Since you've been
No,
muscular
not
since you were
really.
15.
I mean, I've had plenty come on to me, but I wouldn't say throw themselves at me. Come on.
Okay, so
Can't
not
cap
every
on that.
woman has men throwing themselves at them. You do it. There are some days where you might be in your little glow, or you might be thinking you look a little nicer than be usual, and then you might get an extra attention. But on the average, men there. I mean, not every woman experience. That's why we're talking about the female loneliness, because there's a lot of women who don't get no man thrown at them. There are women out here who have not been with a man in years. Sexually, hasn't had a kiss or a hug. Not that they could not get one. There's women out here who can't get a hug. But that's why we talked about the men first, because there are men out here who are built like a wisdom tooth, right? They all heavy set. They look like they look like they look like the dude from the Minion movie, right? They big and they got big old body and little bitty legs. They might be balding or whatever, and they thinking they're supposed to have somebody on mandatory, right? And they haven't been with a woman. They haven't seen their wee wee, and they haven't been with a woman in years. They haven't had intercourse. They haven't had a real kiss. They haven't had a hug, and it's dangerous. But it's sad for women because it's sad for men, because we just, like you just heard on the first hour of the first hour of the show, these men have the highest rate of self deletion because of that. So when they finally look in the mirror and they see that they're not physically attractive to nobody, and I mean when some of these men are not attractive to nobody, Hustler, they're not attractive to nobody. And they say there's somebody out there for everybody. Well, that somebody, they don't want her. Remember the whole Elliot Rogers thing, that manifesto with that dude? He deleted girls that was on the cheerleading team that didn't even know, that he never spoke to. But he explained how he was in love with them, how they ignored him in the hallway, right? How they would walk past him as if they didn't know him in real life. They didn't know, he didn't talk to them. He never shot his shot. He never. Can you imagine that, Hustler, to be mad at a woman who you say every time you go to work, Hustler, you drive past this woman and she got flower shop, and you don't know her name. You ain't spoke to her. You ain't never said nothing to her. She don't even know you, and you just in love with her, and you mad because she don't know you. So you go buy flowers one day, and she say, "How you doing, sir?" And she still don't know you. You a customer, and you feel like, damn, why this woman won't give me the time of day? I love her, and she don't know you. She don't even know you.
Okay,
You just the guy that came in by.
did he at least
No,
try to make a move on her? Because me personally, I don't do
no,
all that bullshit to a
no,
chick I don't know
no,
like that. I
no.
don't do that.
That's what they said. Some of the incels is dangerous because once you cross over into that area, you are infatuated with women who you've never even attempted to talk to. Right? And you're mad at other men for getting the attention that you think you're supposed to have. That's the whole part of why the incels were so dangerous, because they were upset because they should be getting attention from the women, and it's not fair that you are. So they didn't like you either. They didn't. They called it ascending. So they said, "Hey, a hustler, you used to last year you couldn't get no girlfriend to talk to you. Now you got 2 girlfriends, so you kind of came up out of it, right? You ascended. You flew away, right? You're a little birdie that got those wings and flew
Well,
away."
to be fair, I went through that phase in high school. By the time I turned 18, 19, yes, I was getting way more female attention, but that's because I had to change my mindset. Fuck relationships,
Right,
just
but
have
now you're
fun.
not a grown up adult. You're a grown adult now, so imagine that as a grown adult. Imagine not having sex since the pandemic. How long ago was the pandemic?
I never had that issue, honestly, because by then I was already dealing with somebody before the pandemic even took off.
Right. So then when the pandemic took off, we couldn't be all up in each other, right? We had to be 6 feet apart. So then some people broke up during the pandemic because they couldn't imagine being alone with that person like that, right? So did you have a girlfriend during the pandemic?
Well, I was dealing with somebody during the pandemic.
Okay, so then
That
after the
sounds familiar.
pandemic,
Yep.
then y'all still dealing with each other?
Yep, we continue seeing each other.
Okay, but see, some people the pandemic broke up their relationship because of the proximity and them being in each other's face and not having to be able
Yep.
to leave and all that stuff. So now think about you broke up with your person in the pandemic, and now you haven't had no one since then. Especially if if you're in a more gender role position where you're like the man has to ask me out. It's hard out here. I shouldn't be asking the men out because that looks desperate, right? Because you still have a lot
Yeah.
of people that think that way who won't respond to you. And now you got shot down because the man shot you down, not because you look a hot mess. It's because he don't like that role. He wants to be the pursuer. But the men don't know how to shoot the woman down and say, hey, let me to be the pursuer. I don't
But
like
when
that.
when men do pursue women, they think, oh, he's thirsty, he's desperate, yada yada
Because
yada. That
there
word gets
is.
thrown around. It
It's not
it gets
because you
thrown
talk to a
around so
woman.
goddamn. Hold on, it gets thrown around so goddamn much that it's agitating. To me, in
Right,
my
because it's
humble
not because of
opinion,
that.
a
It's not
thirsty
because of
man is
that.
a man that's pursuing a female that's not attracted to him. Same thing with the word simp. If you're being pursued by a guy that you are not attracted to, don't want to have sex with, that's a sucker. That's a simp. That's a thirsty ass ninja. But to be pursued in general, no, the act itself is not the problem. It's the quality of
Some of
said
it is.
act.
That's why we're trying to tell you. Some of it is the actual act itself that you're doing when you are pursuing the woman, right? Some of it
Yep.
is. So the thirst part is not pursuing a woman who it's not just being a simp part or pursuing a woman who's not giving you no play. That's different. The pursuing of a woman when y'all come after us and you without you can't articulate why you think we should be getting married after only dating for 2 weeks and then realistically we're not seeing each other every day because people go to work, right? So you might talk to each other on the phone and then you might interact like FaceTime. You might actually go on a date sometime before the 2 weeks is over. Now the thirsty part is when the person is acting like they haven't had whatever it is. That's when they start getting that's when that gets like that. Like if you've been hug deprived, instead of saying that because men don't typically articulate that part because to y'all it looks like you're being weak. But when you're with one person and you're trying to build emotionally with them, if it's just me and you think you think I'm gonna be the one with you, then when you should tell me, you should express that, but y'all don't. So that's the part that makes it look like you're thirsty because you're not saying, "Man, I ain't been hugged in a long time. I'm gonna hug you." That makes a whole difference when you have a conversation about it. But like I said, the guy who's winning over you is the guy who can articulate that or can articulate why he's thirsty. It's the thirst without no explanation. It's not even explaining it like making excuses. It's just literally saying, hey, I really love kissing, right? I love kissing. And instead of ever saying that, the guy never says that. He just, every time you kiss him, he act like he's about to lose his damn mind. And now it's like weird. And then now I'm like, dang, okay, you acting crazy. All we did was kiss. But instead of saying, man, I love kissing and I really love kissing you. And now it makes sense why you act that way. And it's not thirsty. But thirsty when you're doing all that touching and hugging and you like you ain't been hugged and touched on, but say that. Man, it's been a minute since I had, someone in my arms. I've been waiting to have someone just lay and watch movies with. But it makes you look thirsty when y'all just act out on it sometime without saying it. But when y'all don't want to talk about it because you think it makes you look weak. But it makes you look weak to build with the person who you plan on being with. If you don't want to be with that woman, don't tell her shit. Be thirsty and then just deal with it. And then she might like it, she don't like it. But the woman who you trying to be with, tell her. Tell her. I'm a clingy mofo. When I find somebody I'm with, I'm all up on you on the bed. I'm laying on you on the couch. I'm putting my feet on you. I'm touching on you. And you're going to probably get tired of it. But that makes sense that I told you that now. So now if we get laying on each other, now you'd be like, you told me you was a thirsty. Yes, I'm very thirsty for that because I love doing that. So, you know what I'm saying? But if I didn't say nothing, you'd be like, dang, Jen, weird. Every time you with her, she all on you like an octopus. Yeah, but I
Well, it's a
told you
little
though.
different for women. I mean, women can be thirsty too, but I think it doesn't carry the same negative connotation as it does for men. Don't tell me it's weird
Women,
when y'all.
it's not thirsty. It's women. Women is called obsessed. So it's the same.
Okay,
That's
that's
the
even
same
worse.
thing. Well, that's just because obsession ends and somehow ends in some way that's not always good. But thirst does too. The man's feelings get hurt, and then he acts out on his hurt feelings. So that's when the whole "well, fuck you, bitch, you ain't cute anyway" comes into play, right? Or that's when you get stories about all he did was say no, I don't. All she did say I don't want to talk to you. You acting thirsty, and then she gets slammed to the ground and get her head stomped on, right? So the action is what happens on y'all end. The woman end, she just get a crazy obsessive, and that's the same thirst. Like my man, my man, my man, my man. She turned into a whole pick me and she gets male centered. Everything revolves around him. Ooh, I can't do this because my man. And that's her being thirsty. So it's the same thing. Y'all just don't talk to us. We can tell y'all it's the same shit. And then we tell y'all still act like we never had this conversation. Instead of actually going forward and realizing that's what female thirst looks like, is when that bitch don't get a clue. Now it's bad when you don't like her and you done told her I don't like you and she still keep coming. But it's also bad when you told a nigga I don't like you and he still keep coming. It's bad, both ends. Because a bad obsession is she coming after you, she killing you, she gonna delete your wife and your kids. She don't give a fuck. And the same thing for him. Now, what doesn't happen with women typically is that the women do not sexually assault the men. But for some reason, when the men get told no and they don't want to, they succumb to the thirst, they sexually assault the women because they feel like they owe vagina too. Women don't typically feel like they owe dick. They just want to come and delete things and take shit out, which you typically will see. She thirsty as hell because she over here climbing gates and stuff and you told her to leave you alone. You said it's over and now she climbing your fence. The same shit with this nigga. I don't like him, but he done found me on Facebook talking about some, hey, after I done blocked him on Instagram. Thirsty as hell. Same shit. Same exact shit.
I understand.
I'm glad I can explain that to y'all. I hope y'all clipped this and was like, yo, Jen, yes, okay, whatever. Clip it and call it what you want.
Dropping gems. Jen, dropping gems. Yep.
Because, that's exactly what it is. It's just y'all don't never know because y'all be like, oh, she obsessed. Yeah, she thirsty as hell. And it goes all the way down to the girl that like you and be like, hey, hustler. And you be like, the hell? It's the same thing for men. And they be like, hey, Jen. You be like, nigga, why are you so loud? You know, and you don't like her. She know that. She don't care. She don't care. She feel like she can stand in line like Urkel, and one day you're going to be her Laura, and you're going to come around and see her. That's thirsty. Same shit with the dudes. They sit in the friend zone for a long time, won't they? And just be your friend, hoping one day she'll forget all them other niggas and be with you. Same shit. Same exact shit.
Things so he could afford it. Like it was like,
well, what if also they just make that much like they make so much money where it's like
that's his
$10 $50
and how you keep that money? You don't spend it like crazy.
That's why I like people like you. I like people like you.
Yeah, but then that was an expectation that I was the person that's always gonna, and he's the one that does that, and that's what I'm not attracted to that.
Yeah.
He's
So dates, did it feel like $250 expectations were set on you? Like, did you feel pressure to like have to do anything because he spent so much money on you? No. Okay.
But maybe that's because I'm just so like, I will take my fist and shove it up you. You know what I mean? So maybe it's just me.
You don't know. We don't know
that is true.
Wow, you're not getting fisted. Y'all just got freaky.
Well, I don't think equality exists between men and women as much as we try. I mean, and this is not to say that I don't think women should have the same rights as men. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying naturally, as women and as men, we're just different naturally,
Like
right?
there are different rules that still exist.
Women have babies and men don't have babies.
But
So
what
it's
does that
like,
have to do with money?
I'm just saying, like in general, we're not the same.
No.
So it's like, and it doesn't mean that women shouldn't get paid as much as men. I'm saying, because you had brought up the idea of like splitting on a first date, like it's kind of like we want equality, men and women, but then we're coming in and like the scale is kind of already imbalanced, uneven, right? But it's
It
like
is.
that's naturally always going to be the case because that's how
Oh, so the scale is already unbalanced, and then you want to balance out an imbalance. That's not going to do anything. Even if we, it's what is so essentially the women who get paid more than men still doesn't outweigh the fact that all the men get paid more than women. You know what I mean? So the scale's already imbalanced to begin with. And now even if you want to say, hey, it's him paying half the bill still keeps more money in his pocket because he makes more per hour. It doesn't help you. It keeps just helping, you spend your money if you're one of those women who be like, well, he's supposed to pay for the date. But now he gets over by only paying for half the date and half the tip. And then he still keeps more money in his pocket. So I get what she's saying. It's like it's going to be unbalanced anyway. So what are we trying to do?
relationships work, right? Like in the general cultural sense, like, men are the hunters when it comes to like courting the woman. Men have to court the woman, right? So in that scenario, at least back then, right? It's usually like, what is it? Survival of the fittest. Whoever's the best man wins, right? So whoever's like putting their best foot forward. So it's like,
but that's not biology, though.
How is that not biology?
No, I actually read something.
Yeah,
like
part of it is socialization, but it is informed. What you're saying is like literally the ducks and the like animals, they be like.
But innately, it's not biology that men.
So yeah, even what she's saying, like with the animals, yeah, there is an innate to the survival of the fittest, like with monkeys, with the ducks. I think we was watching it somewhere, like even the ducks or the squirrels, they have things where they can reject the sperm of the guy who they don't want, like they can be mate with someone and they be like, you're not a suitable mate, and then you're hurt. She can reject your sperm and go to the next guy. So yeah, even within animals, there's already a order or a system or a way, right? A way.
Men are more assertive and women are more submissive. That's not a fact. And
well, I mean, I didn't necessarily say that women are more assertive.
But I see what you mean.
Yeah, just men, they usually are.
Yeah, but I think that dynamic is slowly changing, especially with change. That's it's corny. They have literally women were expressing and doing. A lot of women looked at men would open the door. So now,
I appreciate her commentary, but timestamp this. All right, so
can you really earn a degree without paying anything?
Yes, you can earn a degree at Marshall without paying anything. If you qualify, you receive a scholarship to
don't
cover.
go get a degree.
An approach
there, I don't know.
Space because we don't.
I don't know where that degree is coming from. Okay, so there's another video that I want to get into because I wanted to get to the part where they talked about why women were entitled. I don't think they got that. So okay, let's go to this other side of this video that talks about where's the one with my aunties. All right, so here's this one. Wait, where is it? Where is my aunties? There she go. All right, so yes, this is where I was coming to with my aunties. So there's a whole organization, a whole group of women out right now, and it's they have the thing called my rich aunties, and it's just the women who were opting out of and not having kids, and then there's women who were just it's just not working, right? They're single, things are crazy, they're lonely, they're alone a lot, right? They haven't found anyone and anyone hasn't found them. So I'm gonna play the first few minutes of this video because I wanted to get into part of this conversation, and some of what she was saying is how it's true. And then there's a 36-year-old woman here. She's never been on a date. She never had a boyfriend, which is crazy because I'm not saying that she's not a virgin, but she's never had a relationship. So it's interesting to see that she might have had casual encounters, but not. How do you make it to be 36 without having a relationship? I don't know. What do you think, Hustler? You don't know? Okay. All right, let's get over to this video. Are you on mute? I don't know. I can't tell. Okay, I guess
I'm
he's on
back.
mute. Oh, okay. He was not here. All right, so we're about to get into this video and just hear what they are talking about. This they're getting into some of the crisis and some of the way how women have felt over the years. And this is why part of why I even started this whole video, this whole show, this whole stream today. And thank y'all for hanging out. I did almost 3.5 hours. It is 9:59 on the 15th. It is 61 degrees outside here in the Midwest area. So shout out to the weather being nice. All right, so
Yep.
here we go.
It'll be hot tomorrow, like 84.
Oh my gosh, that's warm. I got one client and then I'll be done. All right, let's see what they are talking about. He said, and you're going to choose somebody who is not into you. Man, that's that whole idea when they say like who likes you and you don't even like that person. But they like you though, you know?
Well, maybe that's the way. Sometimes best to go for the ones that like you, not the ones that you like, because they may not like you back. So it's a double-edged sword when you think about it.
That's horrible to be with somebody who don't like you.
It
right?
is.
And you just like them. You just to be like, oh, I'm just gonna like whoever like me. And then here they come and they just like you. They don't even care nothing about you. You know what I mean? Or you don't even care nothing about them. But check this out. Here's this right here.
Stupid dumbass words.
Part of the black girl, rude girl thing that I was quite up for when I was young.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a rude girl.
Yeah. It was alluring, innit?
Yeah.
Like you didn't want anybody to trouble you, so you wanted to be seen
as a rude
girl. And that's a problem. That whole thing of like, I'm gonna be picked on. Like I feel like that's a real issue with culture. I don't know. We have an internet cousin that needs an auntie-vention. She's out here on the internet.
Not an
It's quite sad,
auntie-vention.
actually. Her post has gone viral and she was on a bus kind of lamenting about her life. Yeah, crying. So this is a picture of Coco. She's 36. And in the caption, she says, I'm a little embarrassed to admit that at 36, I've never been in a relationship. I get really nasty comments about this, mainly from men, and it still hurts even now. I've had to be in a relationship, but always felt like I'd be compromising too much. Number 2, I have my own place and I've lived in it for over 5 years on my own. I expected I met somebody during that time, but it never happened. So now I've moved back in with my mum. I just got too lonely.
She was living by herself. So all that they say, oh, you got to be independent and be out here taking care of yourself, and you'll meet someone and he'll find you because you out here doing your thing, living your life, putting your best foot forward. And she said, nope, it didn't work. Sorry. Rewind, go back to sender. She moved back in with her mom because it's just too lonely.
And
it's
she
just a
decided
lot.
to move back in.
With her mother because it was too lonely for her. I was by myself. I think I told this story before, and I know I told the story a couple times. Y'all, I was by myself. So the first time it happened, I was by myself. It happened twice, and I was by myself. The first time I was living by myself, and I thought the same thing too. Like I had a whole house. I was paying my bills. I had a business. I had my little daycare going, my child care service. I was doing my thing, and I fell down the stairs. And I just remember my dogs jumped in front of me. I've always
Fell
had
down the
dogs.
stairs.
I fell down the stairs carrying the laundry, and I was carrying the laundry, and you know how sometimes the laundry slip out, and the dog got in front of me, and I had 2 beagles at the time, and their whole area was downstairs. So I remember trying to, because they'll squinch down, and you know the thing with a beagle and a dachshund is that they little, they're small and they'll scrunch down and try to like so I can step over them. And I know I fell down the stairs. I was so scared. But then the second time I had somebody with me and my ex-boyfriend. Y'all know he was crazy rude. And I fell down the stairs, but this time I must have passed out because when I woke up, he was looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I fell down the stairs." And he was like, "You got to be careful. You're clumsy, right?" I'm never going to forget this because he blamed it on me because I had a chihuahua and then I had Beans because Beans was a baby. He was smaller. And I know I fell over them because they was both of them, and my chihuahua was older. So I just know that when I was by myself, it was very scary because I didn't know how long I had been laying on the ground. And at least with him coming home, if I had been laying there, I woke up when he got there. You know, I might have been laying there all that time, but I don't know how long that was. But the first time, I was in the house by myself, and it scared the hell out of me because when I woke up, I immediately like called my mom and like when it's like I'm coming over there. You know, like I had my dogs and everything. I packed them up and we'll get to moving. But yeah, it was like it's a scary feeling when you're by yourself and certain things happen and you just be like, you know, when I'm sick, there's nobody to ask me to go get some tissue or bring me the garbage can because I feel like I'm about to throw up because I'm sick. I gotta crawl into the bathroom, you know, because there's no one here because you're by yourself. So it's not, you know, all that cracked up to me. But she was feeling the same thing.
Number 3, I've had many close friends who aren't close anymore. Changing priorities means that they didn't have time, scope to stay in my life. Friendship breakups have broken my heart more than anything else. Number 4, I put off doing a lot because I have nobody to share things with. I'm quite adventurous by nature and have traveled a lot on my own.
But that's where you see girls, you see girls wanting to travel. See, you see women wanting to travel and they're getting like their hair done, hustler, and they're getting like air tags put in their, you know, put in their weave, or, you know, they're getting their hair put in a certain way where they're getting a air tag put in there because they want to go and enjoy life, but they, you know, they can't take all their friends because their friendships have changed over the years and they want to still go and enjoy life, but they go by themselves. You see a lot of women going in girlfriend circles. A lot of people are in traveling groups because they still want to do things. Otherwise, you're not going to, you know, you'll put off doing stuff and you're not going to go enjoy life because you're by yourself, which is a big deal. But I'm a Cancer. So, you know me, I could be in the house by myself and mind my business and that's
Yep,
fun.
me too. Yep, me too.
So I don't got to go nowhere.
I've been staying on.
That's
I've been
fun.
staying on my own for the past year and a half. I never felt the urge to go back to my mama's house, no matter how lonely it gets. So I don't understand that. My mama still calls,
Well,
check up on me to
everybody
this
can't,
day, but still,
everybody can't handle that though. They can't take that part of
I
being
can.
alone, literally. Right, but cancers generally can. There are people who fall underneath the zodiac sign that can deal with being alone. Others can't. And those others are the people that aren't meeting you because you're okay with being in the house. They're not. And they're too afraid to go outside because too much crazy shit. So you see how that's working? You're not even gonna meet
Yep.
them, even if they're a great person, because you're the zodiac sign that's cool with being in the house by yourself, chilling. And so we can go out or we can stay in. But those other people, they have now stopped going out because it's just too lonely. It's just too depressing. They not us. They not like that, right? So that's
They not
different.
like
We
us.
go out,
They not like
right? They
us.
not like us, right? So when we go outside, because you're a Cancer, when you do outside, you're a social person. You talk to people, you interact, and so you're gonna run into that person that wants to be outside. You know what I'm saying? They're not running into nobody because they're not going outside because it's just you're not gonna do stuff because you're by yourself and you don't have nobody to share it with. Don't you want to be like, oh my God, let me tell you what happened? That's a forever, always gonna be, you know, conversation. When I was young, this what happened to me. I haven't done this since I was a kid. All that kind of stuff you share. Ain't nobody there.
After a while, being on my own gets tiring. No one to bear witness to all your memories can be demoralizing. Number
Wow.
5, I often use what's for me won't pass me as a crutch to accept my reality. After so many years of putting myself out there, traveling, being successful, etc., I'm just tired of trying to find.
Do you say that to yourself too, Hustler? Like, well, if it's not for me, it'll pass me. So then you think like, well, that woman, she didn't want to be with you because you think, well, she wasn't for me then.
Yep,
You know
I
what I
think
mean?
like that. Nope, she wasn't for me.
Yeah. Right. So some women do that, and then some women do that, and some men do that, and then they're actually passing up on somebody because they're being lazy about meeting someone else.
And that's the real reason I don't date anymore. And finally, number 6, I'm often told that I'm so funny, but honestly, I'm starting to find it hard to believe. My heart has broken so many times at the idea of not being lovable, but I don't think there's anything left to break. She's based in London and just basically putting out a little appeal to other people who feel the same. And her post, I found it really sad. The sheer number of women on there being like, I'm in exactly the same position. A couple of people were even like, yeah, my mum in, I've moved in. Like Paige was on there saying basically very similar. What advice do we have for our dear cousin? And
wow, did you hear that? That there was people commenting below that post saying that I'm in the exact same, I feel the same way. And then other people have said because of that, I've moved my mom in. I live with my parents live with me now. My cousin lives with me now. Also, it is sharing the burden. So that's also, you're not bearing the full financial burden either. You're not stressing out over paying whatever bills you have because now everybody's money is helping that out. So I get it. I thought about that too. Like if I'm gonna buy a house, then I probably should buy a house big enough for my parents to live. And that way it'll always be someone home, can let my dog out and use the bathroom. I don't have to rush back and hurry up and take him out. I can actually go to work longer. I thought about that. Then I thought about like, I don't live with my parents. What the hell is this? But hey, I understand why,
probably got a few friends. I know I do.
Do you know what? I
That'd be
remember
similar.
in my 30s, I would say like when I was about, I would say 32 to 34, I felt so lonely. And I had friends and whatever, but I don't think I'd ever felt as lonely as I did at that period. And part of me is like, I knew I wanted a child, and it's like, it just seemed like so out there. Don't know how it would happen. Wasn't in a relationship, wasn't seeing anyone that was, could turn into a relationship or anything like that. So I feel her pain because when you feel that lonely, it is such a deep, distressing thing. It is, because you just you go home and it's just you.
Yes.
Right. And remember, I don't know, Hustler, did you see the video of the young boy who was crying, the young man who was crying because he was a delivery person and he go to work, he deliver all day, and he said he do all that and he come home and nobody's there. And he was like, I do all this work and it feel
Nah,
like
I
it's
didn't
for
see that.
nothing. And his video went viral. He's like on TikTok and Instagram, and I think he went like semi-viral. A lot of people, he had a lot of views because at first, the first couple of times you see it, he's sincere. He's like, man, this cannot be what it's like to be a grown man, to have to just go to work and do all this for nothing. No kids, no home, no family, no wife, no nothing. You just go to work and then bring all the money back to yourself. And he was in tears. So I showed the men earlier and now I'm showing the women because I'm not trying to be biased, because it's actually an epidemic, just period. And to the point where there's a higher rate of men deleting themselves. It's the most men have deleted themselves. The most men have been the loneliest in 2026 of all the years up until now. So it's been something happening.
And your friends have got partners and then it's just you. You feel like, well, what's kind of the point if I don't have somebody to share it with? It's very hard. I don't know what advice to give her, because it sounds.
Do you think so, Hustler? You're single. What are you doing all this for?
I'm doing it for myself. I don't think a partner should be the primary motivation for you. A partner should not be the primary motivation for you doing what you have to do as a working class adult. Do it for your goddamn self first and foremost. If somebody come into your life, they just come into your life. You can't be stressing over stupid shit like this. I know I don't. I say, fuck it. This is where it was meant to be. I don't give a damn at this point.
Right, but they're saying that's part of the mind. That's part of yourself telling yourself that to make you feel better when it's not okay. Because men have reasons to be. You're put here for a reason, and in real life, most of you were not put here to be alone. No man is an island. That's written in right. It's in the Bible, and no man was meant here to be here by himself. However, there are people that have been ordained and set aside by God to never take a partner and to never have offspring, right? That's supposed to be in the Bible. I got a nice book about all the women in the Bible who were ordained by God or commissioned by God to not bear children and to not take on a husband so that they can do, a bigger work. But unless you feel like that's your purpose and you're like, well, you know what? I was put here on this earth to not be ever married, then you still have a point, a desire to be a partner to someone. You're telling yourself what we've been saying is in all these videos is that over time, just like the video we just watched with the white lady, you're telling yourself because society tells you that it's okay. And you're telling yourself, okay, well, if I don't ever find someone, then so what? When really your drive as a man is for you having a purpose and having a reason to do what you're doing. And at the end of the day, everybody is saying just for you doing it for yourself is not the reason you were put here for. You're not created to just go to work for yourself. You wanted to have whether it be your siblings or your parents, you're supposed to be putting that into somebody else or somewhere else around. And it's primarily supposed to be your spouse. And the only way, again, just like what you just said, if I meet somebody, I meet somebody. I don't. That man right there is not looking for the women who are waiting to be met. He's not out here with intentions to find a wife or find a woman. That's why those women are getting lonely because they're saying, I have to wait for the man. But the man is saying, well, if I meet someone, I do. If I don't, I don't. So he's not ever trying to have intentions to be out here meeting with me. And me putting myself out here, I'm meeting men, but I'm not going to run into you because you are indifferent about, you're not putting in any effort. You're not intentionally looking and dating. And as we get older, you're realizing that now who's going to be there to take care of you at the same time with the women, who's there to take care of them and who's there to take care of the men. Not every man is ending up, looking like a wisdom tooth, right? Not every woman is overweight and out of shape. There are plenty of people that are in shape that are very fit and have very slender bodies and builds, and they're not malnourished, they're healthy, and they're attractive. They too are not finding long-term in somebody because the men are saying, well, okay, well, what if I don't meet nobody, then fine. And the women's are like, I'm going to wait here and be a woman and wait for him to come find me. And he's not looking. He's not trying to find her. Because he doesn't, you just said it yourself just now. You're like, well, whereas, some men are out here like, I'm only dating to find a wife. Whether they find a wife for the reason they want to find her for, they're dating to find a wife, especially as we get older. But
or just find someone to fuck on. Yep.
Well, as we get older too, but we understand that and then we also understand that men have said they would rather have the package deal if they could, because the wife is going to be the one to take care of things, so that the one you fucking on don't do shit for you. You still got to have someone. And those men have also said that's not a flex to say, well, I still got to do all this shit by myself, and I got somebody to fuck on. When you can fuck your hand. You can buy a silicone vagina. You don't have to have a person there.
Oh, hell no. I'm not. Nope.
Right.
I need
the person that you have there cares about you, right? That's right. The female, you can have a female just like that man. He wouldn't have got a dog. As long as you got a female, it don't matter. And some people are saying that that's okay. They can have a female. Now you want a woman, but the downside of that is she might care about you. You can fuck on her, but she might actually like you and care about you, which is gonna be a problem because now you're gonna get rid of that. Why would you want to get rid of somebody who gives a fuck about you?
You wouldn't.
See, right, but see how that cycle keeps coming back around? Because you just said what you said, and that was genuine, right? And it's men who think like that. That's the problem is you got to see it. You don't got to see shit. I'm just saying out here for anyone who's listening, when women recognize it, that shit don't work on them. So therefore they single because you can't just say that shit. You can't just fuck on them. Right? But you don't want a relationship and you want someone to fuck on, but you're not going after the young girls who just want to fuck. You can't keep up with them. You need a blue chew and a honey pack. The older women who want sex and romance and love, you don't want to give them that because you want to fuck on. So then you don't want the girl who will let you fuck on her because she wants to fuck. And you cannot manage that. You see how that cycle keeps happening? And then then the women that want to have sex and want to make love, they like you and they want to do stuff for you. The woman that you fucking on, she ain't gonna do nothing for you. She don't care if you eat today or not. But you can fuck on her. But y'all don't want that. Y'all want the women that you fuck on and then don't understand why she don't want to fix you something to eat and she ain't never at home. But the woman that wants sex, that wants 52 pumps and wants you to fix the toilet or, take the trash out and let her lay down and watch TV with her, y'all don't want her. Y'all want to fuck on that girl. So y'all go get the fuck on girl. And then be why she's so expensive. Yes, it's cost to fuck on somebody.
Could be.
It's a cycle.
Unless she's one of them. If she's one of them type of women. Oh, man.
Well, usually that's not an older woman, though. That's not a woman that knows something. It's the younger women that y'all can't keep up with in general. She's 20 years younger than you. She's not trying to ever hang with you in real life. You're someone to fuck on for her. Because in her mind, and think about it, if that woman's not genuinely attracted to you at your age that you are right now, she's fucking on you too. And you're someone that she's fucking on to get whatever you're giving her. She don't like you. That's the whole part. That's as funny as it is. You're going to go get that girl, but she don't like you. Because you can't, that means you're going to have to explain to all these men why that 20-year-old woman is attracted to your 40-year-old self. She's not. You know that. That's why you got to fuck on her and buy her shit and do shit. But the older women who don't do all that,
some of them prefer
we already
older
know.
men.
But they prefer older men because they know that it's we've already been through this, Hustler, with the men. They have told us this. They're telling us this. So we can't the crazy thing is we're going to keep walking around like we don't know this information when they're telling us. We like older men because they're like our fathers. We want to be taken care of. We don't want to do shit. We want to have a soft life. They don't want to have to do anything. They're attracted to the paternal factor, which is crazy, right? Which is sick.
It is.
Okay, so to sit here and throw that into the conversation like it means a positive, it's not, because we realize you don't like this older man. You're 22 years old and not attracted to this 60-year-old, 70-year-old wrinkly body, because not all the older men is in the best shape. Stop. Okay, so for a fact
Absolutely.
that young woman is not attracted to that older man, like the way that
Well,
he looks.
Here's something else I've heard. I've had women, a few tell me that, oh, well, I like older men because the guys my age are just not mature enough or not on my level. I've heard that before too.
And it's not because you can have a conversation with them. It's because he is in the mature mind state of he gets up and goes to work every day and take care of his shit. We keep telling y'all that and y'all don't listen, and you keep resorting back to that what you just said instead of remembering that the woman did tell you that it's not because the woman is her vagina is getting wet when that old man walk his old ass in the door. Not every man looks like Harrison Ford, right? They don't look like an older version of Denzel Washington. So we can all agree that these older men, they not the handsomest, finest thing walking. So we're not genuinely attracted to him, right? So we got to start with add that part to the important what you just said. They like the older men and they're telling them why, because he's mature and he gets up and take care of his bills and go do his shit. With a young man, he cut up and he may or may not get the hell up and go to work today, or like how my little young dude was to quit his job and be like, I get a new job at the next week. Like, no, you gonna get an older man is not gonna quit his job and be like, I get a new job next week. Because they don't think like that. Because they have an older mentality. They have a more get your shit together mentality. And they've been through some shit to where they learn how to get their shit together. So they don't like them because they're attractive and they, the zaddy. That man can fuck for 3 minutes. You're gonna get 16 pumps. So you're not with him because he rocks your world. You with him because if you like the older, mature thing is that he don't play around and he just do what he got to do. But he get the hell up and he go to work every day. He got a routine about life. The young man is lost. He don't know what the hell he doing. That is not. We don't ever think that it's because the woman is literally attracted to this old ass man. You talking about Donald Trump and his young woman, and she attracted to this nigga? And we know what we been knew what he looked like even back then. And you talking about, hey, women was outright attracted to him? Ooh, no. Not when you got all the rest of these fine ass men walking around here in their older age. So we need to stop with that joke because we know for a fact that's not what the reason why. They want that security. They want the fact that he's always going to be there to take care of things. They can always call him when something happens, just like they can their father. That's why it's kind of sick, right? When they say, oh, you like older men? Because he's like a father. What? No. I don't want to like my father. That's no.
That she's tried everything. She's traveled. And do you know what it is? It is time, and I hate saying that, but it is time. I don't know. I would maybe suggest she tries some online groups, friendship groups for a start. There's so many things you can do nowadays. You can go on they've got cinema clubs that you can go to.
Yeah.
They've got, food clubs that you can go to, friendship groups that you can join. There's dating things that she can do as well. And maybe she could just look for someone.
Would you try a club or like a dating group? That'd be crazy, right?
I don't know about all that.
No. Like they have like speed dating or they have like mixers where everybody goes and then they meet each other right at the mixer, paint and sip. Everybody's painting and then kind of just mingle and while you paint. And it's meant for the singles. No, you wouldn't go?
Nah, I don't mess with speed dating. Nah. I speed date today.
You been there?
Dead. I've seen what it looks like, and speed dating is dead. It ain't what it was 25 years ago, from what I understand.
How long has speed dating been out? 25 years?
It's probably been longer than that. I'm just saying.
That's crazy. I don't know. I would. I don't know if I would go on a dating something.
I wouldn't either. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes.
Speed dating might be okay because it just kind of lets you get in and get out and be like, all right, let me see who's who and what's what. I don't know. All right, so we got a few more minutes of this video, and I think I wanted to get to that part where the other lady was talking, and then we're gonna wrap it up because I'm pushing 4 hours. I did a couple hours earlier, simulcasting, so I'm just gonna try to be a little more consistent and keep my my channel, a little more consistent. So it was something else that the young lady said after this that also was interesting to me. Well, this whole conversation was, but hey, let's get into that part.
On the type of date, she should go on the type of dating app where somebody feels the same as her and they're just really genuinely wanting to find a life partner.
Yeah,
that would be my suggestion because it's very difficult when you're in that space and it's very, very heartbreaking and lonely.
It's difficult when you feel like you've tried everything and then everyone gives you advice and you're like, I've tried it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to turn this into her or anything like it's her fault or anything. However, when you've been burnt, hurt, and you're jaded, then it becomes really difficult to break out the cycle of expectation of being let down. So sometimes your defense barriers are up so much.
Right. So it's just easier to expect failure from whatever person and situation, you know, you like already know he not gonna call back, or I already know she not gonna answer the phone, or you know, when I get there, she not gonna be ready, you know, and she not gonna be ready because men. Okay, true confessions, right? Confession time. I do that sometimes. I've done that, and I probably have. I probably did pass up on a nice guy because I was not ready when he got there, because I was already on a date and I was stood up, and then another time I was on a date and I told y'all about that when he got to the restaurant and dude was like, "You got your money?" So I already was like, okay, this 50-50 date is, you know, is is bothering me. And then this whole being stood up, like got dressed, got ready, and got all kind of everything. And then I end up a couple times, like I've been stood up by a friend and I've been stood up by a guy, you know, that and I got all the way ready. Granted, I will and still have just taken myself out and gone out on my own and just taking myself out, which really is crazy because then you learn how to just take yourself out. And after a while, you just don't even ask nobody to go with you. You just take yourself out. So I'm sorry, but that's kind of where it went. So that's why it's easier just to have that whole wall up and then just be like, all right, I'm gonna go take myself out then. But yeah, I've been stood up, and because of that, the next guy, not the very next guy, but like down the line, I ran into a guy who was like, "Ooh, no, child, I can't date you," because I was not ready, and I would probably sometime not ready when he would be on his way, just because I was like, okay, whenever you get here, I'm not gonna sit here and get ready and be sitting here all ready to go, and then you don't come for like an hour or so. I'm not about to get ready until you get here, until you get close enough to you pull in the driveway. Sometimes my timing would be off because I would be thinking that I had more time and I didn't have more time. And I would totally be like nowhere near ready when he pulled up, and he'd be pissed because he was sitting there waiting. So I can say, yes, I am guilty of having that defense, that barrier up to where I'll be like, look, I mean, I've been stood up before and I've gotten ready and not gone out with that person. So guess what we gonna do? And it's backfired. So, you know, there we gotta start somewhere, right? I'm gonna admit it. There we go.
That even when someone is trying to show you the best, you're suspicious of it, you don't trust it, and rather than open yourself up, understandably, you back away the minute there's some sort of not sure, because you might have seen this before, so you might project that that person's going to hurt you. I don't know what stage she's at.
And then the bad part about that little moment that's happening between you and that person is sometimes people use that to test, which is so bad. So they're going to try to test me, and then the test is going to rub me the wrong way, and then it's just everything's over. So that's kind of how you end up back by yourself, because that person, now if they're genuine, it could just be a completely misread of everything. Like you're just putting your wall up, you're trying to make sure that no one hurts your feelings anymore, and they're trying to be genuine, but you're not reading it right. And then sometimes it could be them putting up, you know, trying to test you, and then because you're not reading all that right, and you fail the test, and now, you know, back inside your little wall, inside your little barrier, you don't even see what I get for coming out here. I see exactly how it works. And it's a cycle, and you put yourself back into this lonely state of being alone, which creates the loneliness because now you're alone by yourself a lot.
In regards to that, because that is a real thing to protect yourself. I know that I can push people away when I'm just like, I'd rather deal with it by myself. I know I have done that in the past, and I've never, the loneliness, I've felt lonely when I felt like people don't understand what I'm going through, especially when I was growing up as a teen and having a brother with special needs, a mum that was always, I felt I was the only one from a single parent household, actually, in my friendship group. Everyone had, even if it was a stepdad, they had a dad or someone in the house. And so I felt alone in that respect and some of the dynamics. So sometimes I felt like I couldn't speak to anyone. But I think what got...
Wow, see how that shows up later? To not have a dad, she said, even if it was a stepdad, there was somebody else in the house, and not having that dynamic made her grow up how she grew up, right? So, see, but when we talk about, the importance of the father being around, even if they were just there in a somewhat capacity of being there, but just not there, but not there, but just being there, then see, it made a difference than not having no dad, a father.
To me, was her cry. That uncontrollable cry. I have had that many times because I think me and you were talking before that we don't necessarily cry about for ourselves, but then we'll cry about some nonsense because our cry is not. That's our exit. So we get.
Oh yeah, so we do that too, fellas. That we don't necessarily will cry about ourselves, but we'll cry about something, and it could be like that's why the commercial, like she's already stressing, the woman's already feeling lonely and feeling stressed or feeling sad, feeling depressed, and the commercial is what made the waterfalls happen. So we was already ready to cry. We already at that point because life is just life in the hell out of us, and then that's why she just said what she said. Like the cry was already there, and we might cry over something else. Like we're so happy for you, and we'll cry. But those would be really sincere tears because we've been really feeling this, right? Especially if you're lonely. It could be a commercial. It could be a TV show. It could be looking at your pet. Like, why are you so cute? Oh my God.
I remember one time. I'll never forget this. I remember one time I remember one time I was somewhere, and the situation that was my realization was that I'm not going to be with the person that I really thought I loved. And I remember crying. We all went out. We all ended up at that person's house just because it was late, and so we all stayed there. So all of us were sharing a bed, and me and that person had the best night of our knowing each other. One of the best times where no beef, no drama, just we were really getting on.
Yeah.
But then I'd met the person that they were with, and I was just like, this is never going to happen. And I had that deep cry, uncontrollable cry the whole time, silent cry. And it was so soul from the bottom of my soul. And I've had those a couple of times when you.
Wow, that deep, uncontrollable cry is silent. You go somewhere, you hide in the closet, and you just cry, and it's not even no sound of your cry, because what she realized that the person, now she's had the best experience knowing this person that she's had ever with them, right? Now the whole time her and this person knew each other, this was the best experience they just experienced together. And on top of that, you meet the person that they're with, and you realize that this is why they're an awesome person. And then you also realize this person didn't choose you, right? And that he chose her. And that's why he's not with you. And you wonder what the hell, what happened? I get it, girl. And I think that it's crazy because a lot of women have been feeling this. That's why there's this wave of women single with no kids, or even just single. And then the kids grow up and then they're just alone. Because there's a different kind of woman, from my understanding, that is single, and she's empty nested, right? Her kids are independent, they don't need her. And then there's a lot of women who are single and never had a child. So there's a big group of people that are in the same boat at a certain age. They all end up in the same boat.
Just feel like devastated and at such a loss of how to resolve the situation. And it had, for me, those cries usually around not having a partner, have been around feeling so single, so unloved, and really trying to understand, well, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like,
yeah, you do.
And it's that society thing. Hitting 50, well, soon, hitting the 40s and stuff, and being like, okay, you stop caring. There's an element of self-worth that you kind of build into yourself. And definitely having my child helped me
She said, look at it, the name of the place. It's called Your Aunties Could Never Podcast. Shout out to them. So I need to hold on.
Force who I thought I was. Hitting the 40s and so single, so unloved, and really trying to understand, well, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like,
right. So if if wine gets better in time, and the old cheese molds and ages and produces this this delicatessen, hors d'oeuvre, and so many other things get better as it gets older, except for women. It's crazy. And you do start thinking that. And I think with people they don't take enough stock in understanding that that's what that woman is feeling like. So when I see women, sometimes I'll be like, turn up, girl. Like, look at her, especially if they're looking together. They got a little snatch going on. I'm definitely gonna compliment your snatch, because that's just how we do things. Like, okay, nails, okay, kitten heels. So, but even still, that's not enough if her whole uh whole security has been bruised, and who she thinks she is, and all that's bruised. She's not gonna. You telling her she looks cute is not gonna work, just for the day. It might boost a little bit. For some it helps. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, you start wondering what's wrong with you, and you be like, "What the hell? I look nice. People tell me I'm a great person." Mm-mm.
Yeah, you do. And it's that societal thing. Hitting 50, well, soon, hitting the 40s and stuff, and being like, okay, you stop caring. There's an element of self-worth that you kind of build into yourself. And definitely having my child help me reinforce who I thought I was. It took a long time. And because society is like, your value is in having a partner, as a woman especially. It's so hard to break that.
Right, because your value is in if you have a partner and if you have kids. So because society values that, what are you supposed to work with? They already don't think you have any value because you don't have a partner, and they really don't think you're of any value because you don't have any children. So at least by having a kid and being a single mom, you got one over the childless mother, because then they're really not valued. They ain't got nothing. Right.
Societal expectation that you're supposed to have a partner, and if you don't have one, then you're not valuable or you're not worth it. And it is that thing where everyone says, "Oh, you're great, you're amazing, you're beautiful." I'm like, well, can't keep a man or can't find a man for shit.
But it's also when you go home, you're on your own.
Yeah,
So
that part.
So that's the pressure.
Yeah,
and that's because everybody can try and speak life into you. But what you want doesn't come into manifestation.
Yeah,
it's kind of empty. I really was going.
Right. When someone else tries to speak life into you, it doesn't work. When they try, or they think that's what they're doing, it doesn't work. With especially with certain single people, because you're not, especially when the person is coming from a marriage or a relationship. And it really bothers me, y'all, when it's folks that's been married like 1,000 years. Like, well, dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
Through the comments. And there was some horrible comments in there. There's some guys being like, it's you, just go and get a cat. And then there was some other, really harsh. There were some other women who were more like,
not it's you, go get a cat.
Honestly, reading it felt defeatist. There's you'll get past this moment, and then you'll enter into your 40s, and then you would have worked on yourself, you'll be amazing. And I was like, yeah, it's not really what you're after. Wait 10 years and then you're going to feel better about
life. That's
really, and it's as much as 10 years goes fast, it's a long time.
It is.
Right. And that's what I was wanting to get to that point, because I made a note about that part. So before we wrap this up and take this out of here, that part was interesting to me, because people will say that to you, get yourself together. And then how long does that take? And you've been told this, and let's say you are dating someone, like, and you date someone in your 20s, in your college years, and say you guys break up at 30, right? From 30, they say, oh, you need to get yourself together. So you spend from 30 to how long does it take to get yourself together, right? Say it takes you 5 years to get yourself together. You spent 5 years getting yourself together, and in that getting yourself together, you were not dating, you weren't being with anyone, you weren't reopening any of these wounds, and you're getting yourself together. So now at 35, you're going to start the cycle all over again. You're going to get out here, you're confident, you look good, you got your edges, your teeth are white, you're out here chilling, and you get yourself together, and then you're 35 now. Now you go and you date and you be with someone, and say you be with someone and all y'all been together was 5 years. You're like, damn, I feel like you got yourself together for what? You could have just stayed single, right? Wasted 5 years. Took you 5 years to get yourself together. And you see how the cycle keeps going, but imagine this on a greater scale where by the time that person, quote unquote, gets themselves together, they look up and now they're 40, right? That's what she was saying. And then for the men, you know, they look up and now their body isn't the same as it was when they were 20 and hot and handsome, right? And they don't like the one who love them still. But then they look in the mirror and I don't know what the hell they think they see. But it's women out there that think they see something else too. They think they're younger than they are or look younger than they are. But it contributes to that whole idea, right? And then it's some sort of delusion. Some sort of delusion. They're like, oh, I'm not. Especially, I have a friend. I'm sorry. He still think he's young. And child, we both old. But hey, you know, I don't know what that is. But yeah, he think he's young for no reason. But sometimes you can tell it don't look nice wearing skinny jeans. And even for the women, don't look nice, you know, being look like you about to pop off their clothes. You know, so you accept the fact that you are as old as you are and then try to date within that. You know, be with someone accordingly to that. But hey, these mofos don't see you once you get past a certain age. That's why we're trying to say all that getting yourself together was doing what? But some people was wasting time because how do people get together that wasn't all together yet? Mm-hmm. But let me go. Let's see what else they're talking about.
Really,
in the moment.
Yeah, it is, especially when you're in those feelings. I really felt like it's the proactive. I know there's a moment where you are like, oh, fuck's sake, I've been doing all of the things. But basically the list that Farah said is the motion.
Yeah.
It is in the doing of it where you will be so immersed in it, somebody may come along.
Yeah.
I truly believe in the magic of vibration. If you're down in something, you can't meet your match because you're not there vibrationally. And the only way sometimes to shake yourself out of that is to do, is to be like,
Wow, I forgot that part too, where you're not going to be able to meet your person if you are not vibrating on the same, you know, level when they say that, right? So I guess that would make sense why, you know, low vibrational, petty, you know, people will meet other low vibrational people and get together, right? Oh, hey, sugar, there you go. Hi. So that would make sense, right? On why those people, okay, well, hold on a second. I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. Before I see you, sugar. Before we know, I gotta do it right. Hold on 1 second for me, baby. I don't understand how aren't y'all watching? I guess y'all not watching. Y'all sitting up here with me. All right, so let me just welcome. Where is she? Is she down there? Let me welcome her to the stage. Let me go ahead and get it out of here.
I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful. Your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
Hey, chocolate.
Well, hello. I do fantastic. How are you? Good day.
Shout out to you, Chocolate Earth. You know you're my first. You're always putting in that work.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Hey.
I feel so special, buddy. How are you?
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Should.
Thank you for having me up. I do my, my visits, see everybody, want to
Oh,
support.
thank you for visiting.
Welcome to a Strong Beginnings production.
Oh, wow.
This is awesome. You've been up here 4 hours. Go ahead, sis.
Thank you so much. We was talking about the loneliness epidemic, right? And just the whole idea. And I was explaining some of it to Hustler, who wasn't listening. I be talking. He come back talking about, I ain't back. I've been talking the whole time.
Oh,
so
sure.
I was talking to myself anyway.
What does he? No, you're talking to the audience. This is for the audience, and you could chop this up and make shorts of your highlights.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I got a bunch of shorts anyway. That's from the previous videos. But so far, what we have digested was the male lonely. We're talking about loneliness epidemic in period. And I found that it was just not about the women, but they make you think like, oh, it's the women. It's just the women. No, but what we learned was that there is an increase in the self-deletion. Earlier in the show, I showed the video about the men and about the whole fact that men have, like, they let themselves go, they let their bodies go, and they let their hair go, they let whatever go. And because of the young man with the manifesto that told them that you deserve, or, they bring up Andrew Tate, because of Andrew Tate and the other men that told them that, hey, you can have a woman whether you take care of yourself or not, whether you fix yourself up or not, whether you take care of your hair or not. If you just want a woman, she should love you and your dirty, bootstrap drawers. So I was explaining the Hustler. Now we're getting into the women and they're explaining their loneliness and the cycle that they go through. And I was just explaining to my audience and Hustler how it's a cycle. Like, okay, so Chocolate, the person is depressed. They tell you, the auntie just got finished saying it. I tell you, they said, ooh, Chocolate girl, you need to spend some time and get yourself together. And how long does that take, right? So then you say you 30, Chocolate. You spend 5 years to get yourself together. You feel revived. You go back out here. You go to meet somebody. You get in a relationship. It only lasts 5 years. It didn't work. You spend it. Now they say, ooh, it's not you. You need to get yourself together. So now you're 35. You're spending another 5 years to get yourself together. So you see how it's a cycle that it just keeps coming back around.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That people, and we're at the point of the conversation where sometimes if somebody pouring into you is not what's working. Somebody telling you, girl, Chocolate, it's going to be all right. You're beautiful. Go on out here and get yourself together. That don't work. That don't help change the fact that when you go home, you're in the house by yourself. Especially if you're trying to meet and date or be around other people and you're like, okay, well, is it me? Does my breath stink? Is my booty? What's going on? And it's not, because people say, Chocolate, you're just a wonderful person. You're just a beautiful soul. And you like, if I'm so beautiful, wonderful, why in the hell?
Girl, I had that moment in life a long time ago. Long time ago. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a complete rebel when it comes to what our society deems. And that's the American society and Black society. Because Black society want to hide behind religion still. Ain't step foot in church. But you telling me that it's man's law, My issue with that is the work that men need to do, they don't want to do it. And that's why women are choosing to be single. We don't.
Well, we discovered some of that earlier, that they don't want to do it because they're entitled. They're part of the entitlement kicks in. The other men that want to do it, they don't feel it's not enough of them to make that much of a difference. Because again, like I was telling Hustler, we got to remember some of the men, they're married. They might, they're not married, but they're in a common law or a relationship. They're in a situationship. Remember, so we can't count those, because those guys, they got the relationship, and the relationship is like shit, but they got it. They're not. We talking about the single men, the ones who absolutely are completely available, not even the married, because you got a whole bunch of men, and the men who think that there's an entitlement because of those other men got it. They like, if that ugly nigga can get a woman, why I can't get one? So there's a different thought process with that guy because he feel like, well, I don't understand, Chocolate. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? And you
And
like,
that's
what?
when you get into the demographics of us.
Yeah.
Everybody you named off, there's a guy or a girl for that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I
was
dated
telling them earlier.
I've dated. I've given chance after chance. I've allowed. I've let people be what they want. I've even let a dude be the leader at one point. That was a bad idea. So again, now in my bliss, I'm very happy.
Singleness.
Yes, I love being single. I'm not even front. And
so now the question is, as we get into some of what the aunties were saying, is that the loneliness versus the alone. Like we heard earlier, like the lady, she was so alone. We heard her. She read a comment from a viewer who posted. She read the post, and the lady read all reasons why she can't take it anymore. She moved her mom back in. And we see that sometimes. We see relationships where the child, you really do. My mama live with me, right? My mother does live with me, kind of situation. And I was expressing how I have even thought about that because my parents are older and they need to be home with somebody in case they fall or something, and then there'll be somebody there to let the dog out. Like I thought it through, just on this fact that not being by myself, because I told my story earlier how I fell down the stairs, and when you by yourself, you know, things happen, and you be like, whoa, wait a minute, it's nothing exactly. Because I said when I woke up, because I had dogs, I don't know how long I was there. And so then I fell down the stairs again, Chocolate, in a different location, a different house when I had a man at the time. And because he came home, he woke me up. So then I said, neither time do I know how long I've been was on the ground knocked out. I could have been out just a few minutes for all I know. So knowing that no one was never coming home, not that I fell down the stairs knowing that he'll be home to pick me up, just knowing that no one was never coming. And that other thing, so what prompted me having this whole conversation with myself and my audience today was because, I mean, you know, I woke up, I didn't feel good. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Nobody can bring me a trash can because I don't feel good. And I'm not going to throw up on the way to make it to the bath.
Poor baby.
You know what I mean? Or you feel like your stomach bubbling. You're like, oh, man, I wish somebody would come and bring me a little Alka-Seltzer. But, you know, but then I think about stuff like that. But then I also think about I don't got nobody telling me what they is and not going to do and what we ain't
what
going
to
to have.
wear.
Who going to do what and
I'm
what we going to eat. Nobody doing all that either. So it's a give and take, like, still. But you still have people that it's, like, affecting to the point because folks are deleting themselves and they're taking themselves up out of here because they're by themselves and it's driving them crazy.
Well, again, what did we have in place to assist with the loneliness of Black people? Like, we did the best we could. We video chatted. I think these last 5 years have really shown a lot of people what the human experience should be about. You shouldn't be having to drive yourself crazy to live.
Do you feel like men make friends and later in life? Like women make friends later in life?
Yeah. I think, I don't know if it's, I wouldn't give it the majority stamp, but I would say I've met guys that are cool as hell, you know, best friends, like two women, you know what I mean?
Later in life, like they didn't grow up together.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Because that's part of the men's wave of their loneliness is that they don't make friends after a certain age and later in life, right? So as they are, right, they're 30 years old, they don't want to be vulnerable with the guys, even though they like the wives could be friends, but the husbands won't really bro up because that's kind of like too vulnerable. To be like, I like Trevor, he's a cool dude. I like Chad. They won't never do that. Like, that's not typical. But we see in different cultures are more common to do that than other cultures. But overall, they just don't want to do that because it's gay. It's too broy. So if you didn't already know that dude from back in the day, then he's not your friend. And women make friends like last
all
week.
the time.
Yeah. We be like, girl, that's my friend
Yeah.
now.
You be like, girl, you act like you done known each other forever. Well, because I think a lot of women are honest that we're having the same experiences. Men, on the other hand, want to pretend that they're not that guy. None of the guys are that guy. I know it hurts. It's just like none of the women want to be that woman, to be cheated on, lied on, beat on, you know, whatever. Same with a guy. I wouldn't assume that you would want to be hurt that way. But there is an unrealistic.
They don't want to show it. They don't even want to talk about to either do
it's killing them.
Foods. Yeah,
and it's
killing them literally.
And figuratively. Yes. And what I don't get is why, especially Black men, and especially in this space, because you hear it. You hear these men go on and on and on and on and on about their lives. You need to go to therapy. For real.
But you see what the auntie just said is that the therapy and people pouring into you like that, it doesn't work because that's not what you want to hear when that's happening.
Yeah, of course. It's just
you don't
like
want to hear no
anything
therapy when that's happening.
Right.
You need another conversation.
And that in itself should be a part of, hey, let's help our brothers do what they need to do. Not us as sisters, but brothers helping brothers get through this. We are at odds. We see this. Men and women are at odds. And there's a large amount of men who don't want to do the work so that we can both grow together. It's not enough of them. Let's say that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they were saying earlier as far as like the ratio of like men that are on track for that and aren't, you know, because again, though, and earlier the video we saw earlier, the lady threw in Andrew Tate because that was a big force of men of a man listening to a man, and what she said exactly was what we were saying, how they're listening to that and they say, hey, I feel the same. So now finally someone feels like me, you know, I feel the same way he feels, but they're not looking at Andrew Tate watches his ass or Andrew Tate gets his haircut, because now someone come along and said you can have everything Andrew Tate has why do you need to get a haircut and do all that? That's doing too much. And then they don't understand, well, why isn't it working? Because you taking away some of the elements. You don't even know you're not even trying to do the work that it takes to get to that, to look like that, to be able to pop your collar in that level. You know what I mean? So it is they brought that up earlier.
Yeah,
they brought that up earlier. And it's like a cycle, and I was trying to explain that to Hustle. Thought I was explaining that it's a cycle even for them. You know, they think they deserve, because you think you deserve a woman because that guy has one, but he put in the work to get that girl, and now he's dating Instagram models, but he's got money, and now you want the same thing because you think you're expecting the same thing. But then, you know, you don't want the woman, like I told Hustler, you don't want the woman who gives you attention, who will bring you a bowl of soup that likes your dirty ass. You don't want that woman because you don't think you deserve her. And then now you wonder why she's sitting over here lonely, because men aren't coming for her, because the tradition says we can't go up to a man and be like, yo, and grab him by his butt and be like, I want you. We can't even walk up to men in general and have conversations and tell them we want to take them on a date, because men have told us over and over again that they really don't respect it, or not going, you know, some men tell you outright that's gay as hell. They don't want to do all that. That don't come to them. They want to be the pursuer.
I'll say this.
What happened?
I'll tell you. No, I'm going to say this. They're lying. And I can prove it. Everybody.
Everybody's lying.
Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. And I say that even with myself, because I know we want to shake the bull that we've been taught as women, you know, the fairy tale, the having a good man, the da-da-da-da.
He's a good man, Savannah.
Right. And so we've been put in this position where, as women in this country, we kind of got to go, well, I'll take what I can get.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You do take what you can get.
I'm going to gamble it out. Because being in a relationship to me is like gambling.
At least he a man.
Mm.
As long as you have a woman, all good.
But
right.
chocolate these days, at least he was born
me.
a man. At least he was born a man, chocolate.
Oh, now what we doing? Because I'm gonna tell
Don't
you
start
something.
with that.
It's some that look like, just like it's some that look like us. It's men. It's some of them. Some look like men.
Yeah.
Really? Yep.
Yes. I showed you that on my channel before,
What
Hustler.
about? Let's talk about lavender marriages. You ever heard of lavender marriages?
Heard of it, but what is it? What is that?
When a homosexual man marries a straight woman for the whole aesthetics of being married, and then for paper documentation.
So that's what that's called. Okay.
To keep money to keep the money between them, or business or whatever it is they got, financials. All that's in the marriage, but it's for also it's a big business move too. You know what I mean? To keep things straight.
I've heard stories of homosexual men marrying straight women just to keep themselves in the closet from their parents, or hide it from their parents. Yep.
Well, that's not but that's not what the lavender they get out. I mean, this is just so that they can also
dynamic.
but it's not to keep away from the world. It's just so that they can also be married and reproduce, but they're not, married. But now you can just get gay married. So I don't know why. I don't know why they still exist. What do you need a lavender for if you can just marry your boyfriend?
Well, you can't reproduce with another man. The same gender can't reproduce. So
right, but that's the lavender is not for the women and the men who are doing the whole She Hate Me thing. You remember that's a movie called She Hate Me, where the women rented the man.
I haven't thought about that. Yes, I watched that. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, where the women rented the man to make babies, and there's lesbian couples that were paying the young man to make a baby because they believed in having the baby made the natural way. They just shopped for the best specimen, and they paid him, and he got his little stuff wore out, y'all. At the end of the movie, he was just like, I can't keep doing this. I don't. But they was like, nope. But because they did pay him, I think it was like 10 grand a couple, and it was until they got pregnant. So if the first time didn't work, he had to screw him again. And they decided between the two of them, they decided which person was going to actually have the intercourse to carry the baby and get pregnant. And he had to screw the women up against the wall, and he had the most sex he ever had in his life. He's had to have sex with every single last one of them, whoever was going to carry the child. And once they got pregnant, he got all the money, and then he moved on to the next couple. But sometimes he might have more than one couple at one time. And then, but yeah, that's what he did. That's a She Hate Me move, where they just need you just for that. They don't want you. You're not, it's a gay couple, a lesbian couple. They don't want you as a husband. They just want you to reproduce, to make a baby, and then that's it. And then you don't even have no rights to the child or nothing. They exempt you from all that.
Well, in that case, go to a goddamn sperm donor. Go to a sperm donor.
That costs too much. Why would you do that when it costs? It don't cost you nothing to have sex, and you want to fuck.
You're better off doing that than to try. You're better off doing that than to try to use somebody as a human baby maker or a human birth machine. But that's what it is.
It's not you're not a birth machine. You don't birth anything.
Nobody is forcing him.
If we just told you the ramification of the agreement is that it was an agreement. They paid him $10,000 because I can't go to a sperm bank and I gotta put my information in the system, and it's all that. When this nigga is right here, and guess what happens? Hustler, stop capping, because men want to have sex, and lesbians are not all ugly, right? So there are beautiful women, lipstick lesbians, where you want to fuck them, but we're gonna decide on which one of us you fuck because we want to get pregnant. So we're gonna pay you $10,000, and you get your full money when I get pregnant. When I get pregnant, we done. That's all I want is a baby, nigga. What are you doing? Men are not, but that man, he didn't turn it down. No one forced him to do anything, and it wasn't a bad deal. They going to it's a whole movie. I think I don't want to say who made it, but it's a movie out. It's called She Hate Me. I want to say Spike Lee. But yeah, it's a whole movie about it, and it's he's not being used in a sense that he's not aware of. They're paying him for that because it's a good deal because he wants to have sex anyway. And some of the women are beautiful. And what man is saying, are you paying me to have sex?
Well, that's
thank
because.
Wow, that's one way to look at it, but it's shady either way. Even if they agree to it.
How? It's how any shady that you put
Let me
your
ask you a
sperm in a
question.
cup? How is that any more shady?
Like somebody, like the doctors that have been getting arrested for putting their own sperm in the donors, like stuff.
I heard about that.
Scenario. I will say
that's
this.
shady.
And to your point, I'm one of those women that's like, thank you and good night.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to go. We don't have to go no further. And the reason I feel that way, and it's not as like, of course it's not like I don't have a regular friend, so to speak, but if you get to that level of intimacy, I'm already, you know what I'm saying? I've already made concessions. You know what I mean? We already moving in that direction if I'm allowing you to, you know, touch and feel on me. Anyway.
Mm-mm.
Well, what I have found is that it really doesn't matter. In that they've made up in their mind that they want you.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've made the decision and you are in their mind. It's a dangerous place to be in a man's mind because they assume so much and then they're appalled. That's why I say black men are prude. Because it's like, oh, I'm secretly being a freak, but I don't want everybody to know it. but you freaking with the neighborhood. Like, sir, wait, this is not working.
No, and they be loving the hot tui, and they be like, oh, well, Melissa can hot tui on you, but Keisha can't.
Right, exactly. You're my wife, so I can't let you get on all fours.
Or they don't fuck black women like that, but they'll fuck the shit out of a white woman like that.
Oh my gosh, girl, talk about it.
But that's what I said. It's a cycle, though. It creates women because women gonna say, if that's how y'all gonna treat me, I'm gonna be alone. And then guess what happens? Yeah. I'm gonna be by myself. Then what the hell gonna be bothered with you for? If I can't get freaky leaky with you, I ain't about to go up here and be freaky leaky with everybody else. You might go be freaky leaky with Amber, and you know what I'm saying?
Because
I'm not gonna
Amber,
be like that with you.
But I will tell you this: have you ever wondered? I think a lot of it has to do with corn. From like the early
they want to
70s,
fuck you like a corn star.
But check it out. From the 70s on, the majority, I think maybe now in the 2000s, but the majority of main characters in those movies were white women. And I do believe.
On top of that, they desire the white woman, and then on top of that,
white men don't even have respect for her. But listen, he doesn't have respect for her because he's pimped her out to be this person. It's men directing those movies. Yeah, there's but I'm talking about like in our age.
Jenna Jameson, Jenna Jameson back then was one of the only female porn stars.
Yeah, she was big time.
Jenna Jameson, she did a lot.
Well, before her, there was Heather Hunter.
Right, and I think before that was Debbie and Alan's sister.
Hey,
Debbie.
Okay. I love your brain. So my thing is I look at it, right? I looked at how much corn.
Vanessa Del Rio, sorry.
Yeah, her too. I've seen her movies. Debbie Does Dallas. Let's go back to the 70s where no one shaved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway,
when she had a python boa constrictor crawl out her vagina.
Oh yeah, men love to.
Ew. That's just nasty.
Now you have access to all types, and still, if you go to the hub, if you go to the XXXXX channel, who is still at the top of the list?
White women.
And then look at what their men and how they treat them in corn.
The men are brutal. The white men are brutal. The black men are just fucking.
Yep.
The white men are spitting on them, putting their foot on their face.
Foot their head, yes,
spitting on them. And the black men are just banging the shit out of them because it just got mandingo wee-wees.
Right, and then think about it. If you're constantly being bombarded, because they do it as well. It's constantly media, television, cable. You got movies. Everything is sexy, this and that. Women are supposed to be sexy. We are supposed to look good for their desire. We are looked at as objects because that is what our society geared men to do. Now, yes, there are some that get out and become better people or treat, I know not all men are like this, but the ones out here, not you, hustler, I don't know about you, but the ones that I know that's out here, they no different than the ones that's out there. The same men that now look at it behind a seat in a dirty computer chair is the same type of men who used to go to the nudie shows back in the day. So sex has been a part of this, one part seedy, one part, and I think they made it so degrading so women wouldn't like it. That's what I think. That's my opinion. Because when I think about the shit they come up with, all the different
because the
genres,
black women won't like it because we don't like some of that stuff. So it's, I think
they can't tell you. How would they tell you though? How many black men have told you in your lifetime the truth about what they want sexually?
They don't. I've met a few guys, but I'll be like, look, I can't do that because that's just, I can't do that and then turn around and want to be with you. I can't.
Right. Right. So you set your boundaries.
Well, I'm not gonna do it. We're not gonna run nothing on me. I'm not gonna be with you and all your friends and then turn around and just be with you for the no. We're not gonna do none of that. I can't. So yeah, I can. We not as open to that, and that's crazy to sit here and be like, me and my 4 buddies back when we were in college, we all had it to ourselves. Like, what? No.
So now you're in this space, and this is why I said we don't talk about sex properly. We don't really get into the confirmation of it. If you get ready to show something, go ahead, baby. I don't want to derail.
I was gonna slide into the conversation because again we were talking about since you came up, I kind of was at the end of my videos that I was showing in regards to women that were talking about how they were experiencing a certain level of loneliness. And of course, I wanted to segue into the fact is it because there's some things that's happening since I had Hustler up here. But this man said, or this is what they say, Black women refuse to have respect for Black men. We just don't want to do it. And I've heard other people say that that's why, you're going to be up here by yourself, just you, Chocolate, on your land with your dog and your donkey.
Yeah, making money.
Okay. Okay,
they leave that part out.
Black women don't respect Black men. No empathy for Black men. There's no sympathy for Black men. You don't even love Black men. You don't even know who we are. You don't give a fuck about us. Pay my bills, eat my, and that's it. It's important that Black men understand what was done to us and why it was done to us. It's also that Black women understand their position in systematic racism and how they're being utilized to destroy their whole family and their whole community and a whole generation. Okay? Now, a Black man role is to be the protector, provider, maintainer, sustainer, and leader. I'm a man,
The protector, the provider, the maintainer, the sustainer, and the leader. Say that again, Chocolate.
All right. Womp, 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 bullshit. Womp, 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 bullshit. There you go.
No. The protector, the provider, the sustainer, the maintainer, and the leader.
Womp, 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 bullshit. Womp, 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 bullshit. I get tired of them crying. I don't care anymore.
That's crazy.
But this is, again,
we've been tripping, y'all.
Want to change. Y'all want us to conform to you. It's not gonna happen. Women are loving their freedom. There is a level of freedom that I think every person deserves, man or woman and child. But until Black men put down this facade that they out here just protecting and doing it, bro, you not. You have to swap me.
Just like us.
Right, thank you. But you got it.
They scared just like us.
Oh man, this dude could sit down with that tight hat on his head. Not the one at the top, the one down there talking. Ain't no way he could have got through.
Wait, listen to what let me finish. He said that he about to tell us what.
Have mine. Right. I'm just giving it and producing.
Right. I got you. You have what you want to put in.
Oh no,
protector, provider, maintainer, sustainer.
Producer.
You have your opinion. I have mine.
You're right. I'm just giving it and producing.
Right. I got you. You have what you want to put in.
And producer. What do men produce?
Like black men.
Madam, you couldn't even be quiet while he just said something that was true.
Okay, we're not gonna let you back. This is why they say. But yeah, I would have left that alone, girl. This is why they say we refuse to respect black men. Just him saying what he said. You got
they
your
don't
opinion.
Respect themselves.
Why do
they
everything
don't
gotta be so
respect
hard?
themselves. But look at how they talk to each other.
Yeah, why you gotta talk so hard? You know,
and then lie.
Yep.
Rough. And it's like, you expect me to feel safe with you, and you are on a panel talking to strangers like you crazy. Somebody is around you that can hear you. Or maybe you all alone in the basement. They don't care. And that's the scary part. People are threatening folks out here. We are in a very intense climate. I think it shouldn't be nothing. But let's talk about chicks clapping in the middle of the night. Why are you getting some milk, a good kiss? And just because, again, you have to stop and look at what the social dynamic is doing. And right now, everybody want to cuss and yell and call each other names. I don't want to play in that pool no more.
Right, because these people are breaking. These people are falling apart, and we keep trying to tell them that people are losing their minds. This is literally what I've been trying to. But my show has been about for today is folks that I showed the other video of the girl screaming to the top of her lungs like, I can't take this no more. I don't want to keep doing this. This is crazy. Like, you just like somebody and then you get up, they just not for real, or they just playing with your feelings, or they don't know what they want, or like I asked Hustler Must, and he like, well, maybe if I meet someone I do, and if I don't, I don't. And see, that's the danger part, is because then the woman meets you and she wants something and you don't know if you want something, and now it's a waste of everybody's time. And then instead of going after the woman who you don't, in the same mind state that you're in. But let's hear her real quick. Let's see, because she was on the same way. I was on the same wavelength with all these girls.
Every single day of your life. Every day. Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it? It's not. It's not. At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone, because I've been married for about 7 years, and I don't even know if this is worth it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. Even though why I'm upset, I'm just like not thinking that I made the right decision. Like, and I am a good man. I do, and that's not the point. The point is, it's like, you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality.
Oh.
You lose your sense of peace. And this could be even to a good man. Like, you're gonna lose something, and I don't think it's worth it. Like, at all. I've always had a dream of like.
So just staying single, because see, men are now refusing to marry black women. They don't want this to happen. I know this happens a lot, and I know people say this a lot. And with black women, they expect us to take so much more, struggle and pain and not say nothing. White women, you just wake up and your wee-wee's cut off, and then you got to drive down the street and get it put back on, right? You get to bob it, right? Or they set the hot bed on fire, like the movie Burning Bed. Black women sit in the car and cry. White women drive a van into the lake with the kids, right? So for some reason, they don't talk about this part where it doesn't seem like it's a good idea. But what's the solution then? Because they don't want to marry us because they think it don't look inviting. It don't look like you want to be there.
Again, it goes back to the men can't be leaders if they don't know what they want. I can't follow a man that is not even sure about himself. If he's confident in himself,
you shouldn't.
I understand though, love, but a lot of men lie and they pretend and they act well enough to get us to do what they want us to do.
Yeah.
Because again, women have been taught to be submissive to y'all through social culture, also religious culture. That's why I have such a hard time. Yeah, that's why I have a hard time out here. And the reason being is because I don't front for nobody. I'm who I am. I'm not playing a character. And I think a lot of these men are.
So what's the solution then if she's saying she got married and it's a lot of women, it's a lot of people.
Because it's bullshit. You get married to do what? Sit around and grow old, yo, be mad about the kids and complain all the time. Y'all can keep it. There's plenty of babies I can help. There's 500,000 babies in the foster care system that need help and need that kind of concern. So I'll help them babies. I don't need to lay down and procreate with no dummy to make a point. We got plenty of people here. Why won't we take care of them first? But people are always going to be raw dogging, so we always going to have kids. Again, they're not going to run out of kids, just like they ain't going to run out of men. And I hate to hear that she's upset with her marriage, but I'm banking. He can't be a good man and you sitting in that car crying.
They do, girl. And the white folks, the white women be in the car drinking wine and vodka.
No. I understand. I'm saying, I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about her like that. What I'm saying is, there's never just all of a sudden you realized, right? There's those moments where your intuition is telling you she felt like this probably before she got married. Let's just be, I believe. But again, I think women mask so much. They're so used to pretending that this is what they need to do. Where is the book that say I got to do this?
Yeah.
Is this the requirement of me to be an American citizen? It ain't in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. This is my body. I don't owe it to some man because he's sad. And I don't owe it to some man to put me through the
sad.
Yes, sad. Because you don't want to deal with your shit. I have a motto that I share with my sister and my brother. If I can't deal with my shit, it just is what it is. You gotta be honest about what's happening. And to the relationship part, I had to be honest. I kept dating my father over and over.
See, we were talking about that earlier, hustler. Somebody wants a daddy. Ew.
My father, just the personality traits. And what I realized is that usually children of trauma, one parent is usually bigger in life, but I think this is all across the board. But for me, my father was way more polarizing, and my mom was scary. Right? She scared the shit out of us about sex, about pretty much everything. We're going to hell. Don't do it. I grew up
going
in
to hell.
House. Yes. Don't fornicate. Don't be kissing on people. I'm telling you, my parents was off the range. So anyway, when I think that's why I fought so hard against all of that conformity, because I only can conform so much as a person. And I tell men this, like, bruh, this is what you get. Here's the menu. I had a man tell me, okay, cool, we're going to be friends, homie lover friends.
Some of you all are dragging this whole black men speaking to you.
Oh, did you want to play your video? You could stop me talking.
I was going to the... there you go. Go ahead.
You're so silly. Anyway, did you get my invitation yesterday?
To what?
To come to the live I did last night. It's in Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Where should I hit you up then?
Instagram.
Okay. I just didn't want you to think I left you out.
I mean,
what I did was I hit up all the ladies. We had a nice turnout. And guess what? Guess who was an honorary man on the panel?
An honorary man?
Yeah, we had 2 honorary men that came up. Hustler and Muscular. Hustler and Muscular and Stanley.
Excuse me.
She?
Not Autry, the other Stan. Hustler was great. He had a good time, he told me. Or he told him. They was having man conversation. At my, well, you didn't have a good time at my live.
Oh, that. Yes, it was fun.
All right.
Oh, wow.
I like to make sure. So, also too, I dabble in DJing on the side. I'm sorry, I'm changing the subject. Go ahead, y'all. My bad.
You was DJing.
Yeah, I'm mixing some songs now. I just I wanted to blend because I was trying to figure out how I can get around playing music and YouTube not mess with me. And if I put a mix on it, put my DJ moniker on it, you know what I'm saying, and blend them, good transitions. I think we need somewhere we can let loose and laugh. Shit, everybody's so serious. Ain't nobody getting no booty around here. Let me stop. Okay, I'm gonna get off the internet. Cause I'm just talking trash. What you eating? Cause I know you is.
Oh, you can hear me crunching?
I can hear. I knew how you was talking to me. I was like, she eating too. She hungry. But I wanted to come by and say hi. I'm just kind of floating around because I want to go live, but I just might go tomorrow and see. Or I might go later tonight. It's still early for me. It's like 8:30. So I'm gonna bounce out. I'm going over to this debate, and I love you guys both. Next time, check your Instagram. Hustler, have a great night. And to the chat, shout out. Right on, sis.
Salute.
All right, thank you.
Let me know in advance so I can stream you from my channel, if you can.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to my IG now because I got another show coming up, but I want some women to come around.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. Support each other.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. Okay, bye.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I see it. Oh, okay, I see the little link. Okay. I was like, what I got a link to? Okay. 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 Oh, that's what that was. Okay, I seen that. I did see it. And I was just like, what is that? What are they? Who is that? Okay. I got you now. Now I'm going to pay. Now you see, when you see stuff, you got to pay attention. Now I'm going to pay attention. So, I was eating my granola bar when when we was about to end the little videos. I'll be having my little videos lined up. So let me see. Let me see. I had something that was gonna. Let me see what I have. I got a lot of videos saved up, really for my reaction show. I got a lot of stuff saved up for my animal show, my pet show. So y'all come back around on Sunday for that.
Yep. I'll probably be here too.
For the show on Sunday?
Yep, but I'm finna hop down. I'm finna get some sleep. I don't know why I'm so tired. Maybe it's that dinner I ate earlier.
Well, it's only 11:31. And you go ahead and go to bed.
Yep. I may go live tomorrow. I may go live this morning in the evening.
It's coming up morning.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a reaction show probably because I wanted to talk about some things and see what people were out here talking about. Like the girl who took the baby deletion pill at her gender reveal party.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Right there at the party in front of everybody. She's like, "Oh well, hell, I'm about to get rid of this one." I think she didn't want it's a girl, and she didn't want it. She just popped them pills like they got her on camera. So it's some stuff out here to react to. So come back around, y'all, for the reaction. Hustler, Musler. Thanks for coming by.
I will. Salute. Take care and good night.
Salute to you. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, we're gonna throw up some reactions too later. Of course, I've been in my fur baby content bag looking at stuff. Oh, y'all know I want to show this video before I leave. Hold on. I want to shout out to whoever made this video, whoever was in the sanctuary recording it. It was fire to me. And let me mute the music, so because I like this little song. All right, let's wait. Here we go. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, there you go. My jam. We send out prayers to everybody.
Who sent me this?
Jesus. Hey. Jesus.
I know the man who hard.
Hey.
I tell you about the sun. No man know the hour. No man
hey.
Be ready when he comes. He ain't coming like a thief. No need to get your gun. No, cause I can't help none. No, it's like a nun. Yeah. Say coming for the church. Without a spot, no Ringo. That's for married and a single. When he pointed to bingo. If you had a lie like Nemo, trouble hit me hero. Fornication ain't legal. I'm up like an ego.
Hey, come on. Jesus. Jesus.
This is hard.
Oh, Jesus. 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 Oh, Jesus. First of all, shout out to him for having the blessing on him and the spirit to let it go like that. But I really want to point out the hand movement, the track. He was not playing with y'all, okay? He was not playing with y'all. We're going to do this one more time because this was... I just love it. Okay, one more time, y'all. Look, he's so serious. It's serious for the Lord, y'all.
Send me this.
Hey. The hand, y'all. The hand is so serious. Like, I've never seen a hand so strong in the air. Lift your hands if you, yeah.
I know the man who hard. I do. I tell you about the sun. No man know the hour. No man. Just be ready when he comes. He ain't coming like a thief. No need to get your gun. No, cause I can't help none. No, it's like a nun. Say coming for the church. Spot no Ringo. That's for married and a single. When he pointed to bingo. If you had a lie like Nemo, trouble hit me hero. Fornication ain't legal. I'm up like an ego.
Jesus. Jesus. Hey. Jesus.
This is hard.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. That is my jam. I don't know when it's dropping, but I don't know when it's coming out. I'm just gonna get that. I'm gonna add that to my music go repertoire because that's a bomb. Diggity.com song. All right. What's up? Shout out to hey, how you doing, Miss Matai? Okay, so I did have y'all know I had some more video, and I know it's a boring show. You don't have to like it. It's okay. It's okay. It's boring. We don't want to talk about women and feeling how they feel and stuff. We don't want to bring that up. We don't want to think about that. So, we still had to talk about it. Oh shit! It's so much going on. It's so much. It's so much going on. Oh my goodness, true confessions. Look at my puppy. See, somebody out there barking. And look at him running to the window. You gotta talk to him. I don't know who he's talking to him about. He's talking to him. Look at that. Hey. Okay, come on now. Okay, say good boy. Good job. Look at he's still no. See, fur baby. That's what you know when you have your fur babies. I wanted to support this is oh, I want to smell this, and I don't know who is gonna order it, but crownskin.com. Oh my God, this black man, he went on Shark Tank. Ooh, and they loved it. And then, oh, y'all know I got cooked for days. They loved it. He apparently smells good. I don't know who smells like this. We need to find out. I need to find someone who smells good. Oh my God, crazy. Yeah, that clip I had of the kids who can't read. Let's just look at the kids who can't read clip real quick. We just gonna take a we gonna take a trip. Let's just look at the index card of the kids who can't read and see what grade you think these kids is in. What grade you think the kids are in? Like a high sound. What grade you think these kids? What grade do you think these children are in? And when I played, look at the card. What does the card say? I don't know at what age was I when I really absolutely knew how to pronounce those words. Right? She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary but somewhat gawk. I don't know what does gawk mean? I can't say I don't know what gawk means because I don't know if I know what gawk means. Right? Do I know? Let's just ask just to be on the safe side. Everything else we are clear. So I don't know. By the time I was that age, did I absolutely know my words? What is it? GAUCHE? Okay. CHE. Let me see. Tactless or lacking grace. So she wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but was sometimes socially awkward or lacking grace. It refers to a behavior or that is crude, clumsy, and inappropriate for a given situation. So she wore beautiful clothes, they're extraordinary, but she was somewhat gauche, like she just kind of was like awkward. Okay. And the girl got her bracelet, her earrings on, her eyelashes done, she got her hair done, she got her nails done, but they can't read that. It's crazy. Let me make sure y'all see what I see. Okay.
She wore a suit, clothes that were. Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
I don't know.
Well, a Sue when she said the second word, and then a Gertrude. How do you say things and you don't even know what it is? To say what it is, y'all be cracking me up. Oh yeah, let's just do. See, I never think this is attractive or any. When I was in school and dudes would do this, it is not cute now. It feels bad.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro.
A sahala and extraordinary. Extraordinary are two words that's actually two different words. So if you don't recognize the word extra and then also identify the word ordinary, it's crazy. But I'm not gonna rag on the kids, y'all. But I thought this was so hilarious at the point where no wonder folks are by themselves. Then another kid got one and she couldn't read it either. Oh wow. Well, you know what? I think I might be getting myself out of here. I don't know if I want to. They pushed her baby back in her. See, I got that story too. I don't know what that whole thing is about, but now I'm about to read into it some more, Whew. We're gonna play this one good time before we leave out. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna do it.
It's work. Fucking will work. Fucking.
All right.
It's work. Fucking it'll work.
I'm gonna let y'all go.
Fuck you out your shirt and skirt.
I'm gonna play this again.
You mine.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to. Okay, let me just let this off for the last time, y'all. Sorry. I'm just saying it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be like that. That's all that is. You shouldn't be like that. And then I won't have to do that. That's all at the end of the day. I'm just adding that little part to it. Okay, so I had one. Okay, I'm gonna stop being messy. I'm gonna stop. Okay, okay. I'm gonna stop being messy after this. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing around. I'm gonna stop playing around after this part. Okay, and then I'm gonna show this one. Tell me what this fish looked like. Just tell me what it looked like.
I need somebody to tell me what this is and where the hell it come from, because what? I need somebody to tell me what.
That fool said, say wallahi, bro, say wallahi. What do the fish look like, y'all? Don't tell me y'all didn't see this come through your line, your IG. Y'all know what this fish look like. And why is it white stuff coming out of his mouth? What do the fish look? Okay, one more time.
What this is and where the hell it come from, because what?
Okay, I'm gonna pause it when he closes his mouth now. Look at the white stuff finna come out. Now, what do the fish look like? What do the fish look like? What does the fish look like? What does that fish look like? Stop playing with me. Y'all know what the fish looks like.
I need somebody to tell me what this is and where the hell it come from, because what?
What part of the world does that fish look like that? I'm just saying, for those of us who was wondering about the rest of the world and the exotic animals around the world, that fish, there was a little more going on there than the fish being an exotic fish. It just had me cracking up. It had me cracking up. So I'm sorry, y'all. I had to bring that one to everyone's attention. It was cracking me up. Plus, I love my clips and my things that I like to show y'all. So, okay. So what's coming up? Fur Baby Show is coming up on Sunday. Oh, I got the Click Boom. Let's talk about men. They get on our nerves series. I'm gonna start doing that. Oh, Joe, the Detroit song. Oh yeah, y'all need to hear this one. Y'all haven't heard this before? It's a what? I just wonder. Y'all haven't heard the Detroit song? Okay, let's just shout them out real quick. Shout them out real quick. It's a little banger. Hold on. Hey, you know the bitch one again.
Come on, you know the bitches want to give. Why? That's all we do is fucking win. You know the bitches want to give. You know the bitches want to give. You know the bitches want to give. That's all we do is fucking win. Let's go. When I'm headed to the rack, we just one another. That's another back to back. Hey. And we really on the mission. Competition with the Detroit Pistons. Yeah.
He said we the Detroit Pistons. Y'all, we just have the funnest ever when stuff happens here.
Hey, you know the bitches want to give.
Hey,
you know the bitches want to give. Come on, you know the bitches want to give. Why? That's all we do is fucking win. You know the bitches want to give. You know the bitches want to give. You know the bitches want to give. That's all we do is fucking win. Let's go. When I'm headed to the rack, we just one another. That's another back to back. Hey. And we really on the mission. I don't see no competition with the Detroit Pistons.
Oh, shout out to us. Got our own little 16 bars. Yeah. The Pistons won again. And then I'm pretty sure. You know, we're the only city where we have all of our teams that play in their stadiums are inside of the city limits. You know? This guy is cute too. The Can You Read is crazy. That cracks me up. Oh my goodness. Let's do the reactions and the reaction show. Like we're gonna do that show because I got so much stuff to react to, yo. I got so many crazy things to look at. I thank everybody for coming. I thank anybody who showed up. Chocolate, H&M. It was just a me show today, I guess, until somebody shows up. Of course, I be Wody, Cynical One, Willing to Win, Hustler Muscular, yeah, D 0200227. Yeah, I had to like kick you off the panel because I couldn't verify. So sorry for that. I know I have a quite a big watch value. Oh, shout out to Nightish for coming by as well. So I hope by next time, what was that? Black Lexicon was in there too. Yep, I saw you. Yep. So shout out to you for showing up and thank you for coming over. Yeah, if you come back around, if you watch it again, you come back around and you're like, you know what? We can try this again next time. Then, you know, maybe I'll let you up and we can have a conversation and chill out and talk, chillax and talk. But yep, them my rules. So that's what I'm doing with that for now. Other than that, I didn't put my music on because I was listening to that video. But I thank you guys for hanging out with me, and I thank y'all for staying to the end.
Timeless. You know what it is.
Good night, sugar.
Glad you stayed till the end. Hey, now that we had some time together. Hey, we got to go, but it's not forever. Hey, come back and see me again. You are always welcomed here, my friend. Don't be a stranger, keep coming through. I will always have a spot here for you. Genesis I am is who I'll always be. Honest and full transparency. Keeping it real as real can be. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, if you wanna comment, tell me that you don't mind. Subscribe and tell a friend and tell a friend. stay till the end. Spread the word, pass it on, cause we're doing big things with faith and holy kindness. So I'll see you next time. Genesis I am, Audi 5000. Yeah, boy.